him because I feel upset. Back momentarily.
The White House will have its old splash of orange back as Donald Trump is set to make his grand return to its hallways and corridors on January the 20th. In the meantime, the world is watching with bated breath as he starts to staff his administration with one hawk after another. Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Schwartz, Mike Huckabee, the list goes on. Trump's second term in office, I suspect, will be much worse than his first term. But how much worse? How much will Trump turn this into a campaign of vengeance? Who better to ask than someone who not only wrote the book on the Trumps, but is a Trump himself. Fred Trump III is the nephew of Donald Trump and the author of All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way, which takes a deep dive into the inner workings of the Trump family and one Trump's quest to differentiate himself from the rest. Fred, thank you so much for joining me at The Unfiltered. Appreciate you taking time out. Your uncle, Donald J. Trump, is set to become the next president of the United States again. What was your own initial reaction on election night to the news, the clear news that he was running away with this?
Surprise. I had said for months that I thought it would be as close as the pollsters have said, and many of us pundits have said. I was kind of surprised. I was down in D.C., and I had an interview with a British television network. And by the time I got back to the hotel, it was like, oh my God, having witnessed many, many campaigns in the past, decades of them, said, wow, it's not going that way. Donald's going to win this thing.
Yes, and he has won this thing, and he's heading back to power. Before we get into what's coming next, just a bit of background. You and your sister, Mary Trump, who we've had on this show before, you've both written books on the Trumps in an attempt to differentiate yourselves from the rest of the pack. What was it in your upbringing, do you think, that made you different to Eric Trump or Donald Jr., dare I ask?
Well, just to, first of all, to differentiate myself from my sister's book, I know Donald. I've known him so well over the years, decades, during his formative years and business career and his political career. My sister, as I've said, maybe has spoken 5 words to him in the past 30 years. So that's where it's different from me. Eric and I, and even Donnie, had a really decent relationship over the years. They're much younger than me, but that's fine. I still regret that Ivanka and I did not have a good relationship, because I think we could. We both, I think, feel important about community and what we can do to help other people. I think that could be, a thing of the past. And people ask me, is there a chance that you can reconcile with any of them? My guess is it could be with Donald, if anything. And my advocacy on behalf of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, like my son William, Donald's grandnephew, maybe this is the opportunity for him that he didn't really take a bite out of the first time around. This could be his opportunity to allow me to work on behalf of people, a very large population, 60, 70 million people in this country, and to help them give voice.
And I'll come to that in just a moment. Just on the book, though, are you saying, having written this book, you haven't fallen out with the rest of the Trump family? They haven't kind of disowned you?
Oh, I'm not saying that at all. I mean, my son's William's fund that was put together by Donald and his siblings, which again, if people will read my book or listen to my book, will understand that was money that was taken from me by Donald back in the early 2000s, when he orchestrated a plan to take my sister and me out of my grandfather's will. Okay, that happened. We need to move forward as a country. Yeah. Donald is the president now, or will be the president in a couple of months.
Yeah,
I get it. I don't like it. I don't like the policies of the Republican Party. I never have. The Republican Party has morphed into something I could never imagine. I don't think many of your viewers could imagine. Yeah. But we need to work together and right the country if possible, and I will do everything I can to do that.
So I'm going to now come back to that point, very interesting point about writing the country, but let's just talk about disability rights and your son. You write in your book that the motivation for the book came from an interaction you had with Donald Trump when he was in the Oval Office. What was that conversation? What did Trump say to you? Share that with our viewers.
Well, when Donald was elected president and he was inaugurated, my wife, Lisa, reached out to Ivanka, my cousin, and asked if we could meet with some cabinet secretaries about, advocacy on behalf of people with complex disabilities, which my son William has. And Ivanka was great. We met with Ben Carson, then we met with Alex Azar, and over 3 years, we had some very important conversations with a group that Lisa and I have aligned ourselves with called Equally Alive. But in May of 2020, we were all together in the Oval Office with Alex Azar and Brett Giroir and several other governmental officials. And when the meeting ended, and we weren't just saying just throw a couple of $2 billion at this problem. We knew that we could try to make our cause more efficient and get better services, again, for this incredibly large population of Americans. And what Donald said to me when he called me back into the office, these people, meaning the disabled, the cost, they should just die.
Wow.
That's what he said. And there was a witness there for that. And I'm not happy to repeat that. And I want to get.
What a fucking ghoul. I will not die, Donald. So screw you. I like living. It's enjoyable at times.
Past that.
What was your reaction in the moment? This is your uncle. This is your uncle. This is not just a president. This is not just a man who's hated by half the country. This is your uncle saying this to you. What was your reaction in that moment?
I was just happy that the people that I had brought down with me, equally alive, they were not in the office to hear this. It was devastating for me to hear that. And then, yes, 3 years later, when he said the same thing, but pointedly about my son, his grandnephew.
What did he say then?
We were talking about William on the telephone, and he said, William doesn't recognize you. He should just die and move to Florida, meaning me and my wife moved to Florida. And my reaction was from somebody who had never met William. Donald had never met William. I said, no, he does recognize me. But again, I just want to get to the point,
and I do want to talk about moving forward, but I got to deal with this specific point here, because I'm someone who's very critical of the president-elect. And I've called him a sociopath in the past, and people think it's just verbal abuse. You've heard the phrase TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. Liberals are just obsessed with demonizing Trump. They call him Hitler. They call him a sociopath. I don't know how else to respond when you, a family member, are telling me that he said, maybe your son should just die. That is not a normal thing that normal people say to anyone, let alone their nephew. There's something wrong with the man, is there not?
Of course there is. There is something wrong with him.
I can't imagine any human being say that about anyone else, least of all his grandnephew. But he did, and he said it about other people. I guess my point is, and I don't know what it is in my character, I guess I got it from my mother and my father, I need to move forward. And I have, from the very beginning of his campaigns years ago, advocated on behalf of people with complex disabilities, and that's what I'm going to do. And if there's any chance I can work with the White House or with government, he didn't do it the first time. Maybe we can do it the second time, because it is just too important to have.
I appreciate your optimism and hope, but there's nothing in his backstory that suggests he'll be any better next time. In fact, let me ask you, as someone who knows him, you say Mary didn't know him, you've known him for years, going back to the 2000s. Is this man coming back into office angry, enraged, looking for vengeance? We know he's very thin-skinned. We know he's pissed off about how he thinks he was treated by the government. Is he coming back for 4 years of revenge?
Yes.
Oh, I think that's definitely his purpose right now. but I have to go beyond that as an American citizen. In fact, Mehdi, we didn't meet that day, but I was on Good Morning Britain last Wednesday morning. You came on after me.
Oh,
but
yes.
sitting across from me in the green room was Sarah Palin. And who I have zero in common with Sarah Palin, okay?
Yeah.
Except I introduced myself and I said, "How is your son Trig, who has Down syndrome?"
Yes.
And he was so thankful that I reached out and I said, "Sarah, we have nothing in common other than our children have disabilities. Maybe we can work together." And, Rachel Campos Duffy on Fox and Friends, I have nothing in common with her, but I look forward to being invited on that show to help continue my advocacy on behalf of that incredibly large population of people who just needs a voice.
You released this book in an election year on your uncle, who you say you knew and got along with, unlike your sister. Your family members and Trump supporters might say, you betrayed Trump and you did this just to cash in. What's your response to that?
Certainly not surprising. Just like none of them were there when I heard Donald use the N-word twice back in 1972, and it totally expected by them. I released a book, as I've said many times. I had thought about it with my wife, Lisa, years ago to sort of, I don't want to call it a tutorial, but just give our experiences with having a child like William, born with a typical pregnancy, but a day later having hundreds of seizures and going through the process of being in neonatal intensive care units for 7 weeks in a row. Okay. That was our goal, was to help educate people what they can do, how they have to advocate on themselves. When Donald first started running in 2015, we were really, that's when we really started thinking about writing a book. But we had dead animals thrown on our lawn. We had reporters coming up to our house uninvited, cars in our driveway at all hours of the day. William was still living at home. Our two older children, Andrea and Christopher, were either in college or living in the city. William was still at home. We didn't want to have anything come out. William has subsequently moved into a group home a couple of years ago. And it was that sense of security that he was not home, but also when January 6th happened, I had to speak out, saying, how did my uncle turn into that person that would not just, trash our Constitution,
it was always in him,
and our way of government, but to allow people to be injured and killed. In fact, I will say poignantly about Officer Sicknick, how I reached out to his family on an email, and they got back to me and said, don't reach out to us again. And I understood that. That was truly an embarrassing thing for me as a family.
Last question then, Fred, on that note. You wrote this book in an election year about a man who won the election, as you say, surprised you by winning the election, is now coming back to power, has a huge ego, has a thin skin, is on a campaign of revenge, as you just said to me. Are you worried that he might target you or your wife or your son in any way?
I would like to hope not. Donald and I had a very contentious lawsuit back in 2000, and we made amends. I'm not saying we're going to do that this time, but the advocacy that I am now forwarding and using every available avenue that I have, including your great new show, that's important to me. So I would like to think in the spirit of his father, not his father, his brother, my father, Freddie, that he may say, you know what, let's put, battle is battle. Donald won. I get it. We all have to move forward. But please, let's try to move forward for this. He wants to be president of all the people. Okay. So here's a great group of people that needs the country's help.
Fred Trump III, we will have to leave it there. Thank you for your time. Our best wishes to William, and good luck with the advocacy work. Thank you for taking time.
And say one thing. What Lisa and I are doing, and I'll be speaking on a Zoom call tonight for a large group of disability advocates. We have started, and I encourage everyone to write their local elected officials, congressmen. Lisa and I are starting a new nonprofit called williamsjourney.org. So I appreciate if you could put that out there. It's fully to engage and help the disability community.
We definitely will. williamsjourney.org. Fred Trump III, thank you so much for your time.
Mehdi, thank you so much. I look forward to being back, and good luck again with your new venture.
Appreciate it. Did you like this video?
Oh. We're good. Can remove that one now.
One, two, three, ho!
I didn't see. Hey, don't tell me what to do. All right, fine, hand it over. Come on. Hey, this is cool. Tell him, pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Heard you were saying shit, I called a rave it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor though, telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome so the chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Okay, now listen. You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Dobie. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you soapy. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm Obi. Feeling like homeless to owe me. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands with forbidden the clothies. They wanna beef, but they eating up 03. I'm fucking with God and we know she. Pull up, 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 pull up. Flat hands, I'm feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ay, ay. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Ay, I got the crop, I got the bag, and I ain't even shot. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank would've seen me, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday, wouldn't go long. Popping the CD, showing the photos. See me with Ruby, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dope. Talents I balance, I flip in a rope. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. You got us a him, but she giving me more. Pull up, 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 pull up.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek. You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great.
Very well.
All right.
Bring it. Apollo! You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong. They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first, to live another day and sing another verse.
If that's true, release him.
Hephaestus!
Trust is not given, is forced. Why should I give in my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
You're a little high and mighty. Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart. He was busy fighting, more like busy spiting. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought.
Wait!
Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
Hold your tongue now, hear signs, my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed.
Release him.
Hey, baby.
So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you should be failed. He's got the mind of a genius, lighthearted. He's pretty skilled with words.
You can do better than that.
He's kind of funny,
Never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him. I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me, no one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
let him go.
Back in 48, took our homes away. You were uninvited, we were forced to pay. Not anymore, no, not today. Palestine, the land of the brave. Only courage is what remains. This blood runs through my veins. What you think that we're afraid? I'll remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea. With us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years. Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Fast forward the years and you haven't left. Now the world has seen how you made this mess. You need to leave, got the wrong address. This is Palestine, 100%. I promise I'm not backing down. The whole world sees who to blame, and now we'll stand and shout it out. I'll remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE.
Do you know what does that mean?
Till the end, ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea. With us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years. Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Oh Lord, protect our land and our homes. The world sees us and just lets us go. But one thing is for sure, you are always there. You are always there.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea. With us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years. Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Okay. Okay. I apologise in advance. This topic is close to my heart, and it's actually quite good. Well done, Harry. Measured response. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to put that. Here we go.
Don't worry, vaccines are perfectly safe. According to me, you might notice a little prick.
Hello and welcome back to hell. I'm just vaccinating my profiteroles, immunizing them against the horrendous disease known only as not enough cream, itis. Unfortunately, while vaccines are great at stimulating my balls, in humans they've become quite the controversial topic. In the late 90s, an anti-vaccine movement started to pick up steam, claiming that they cause autism.
And the movement has plenty of washed-up celebrities flushing it, including what's-his-name, and that one, and some more. Here's 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, coming out against medicine.
He once famously tweeted, "No more massive injections. Tiny children are not horses." I mean, of course they aren't. Horses aren't even real. But if there's an entire movement of people with documentaries and websites and Facebook pages with thousands and thousands of members, backed by the former US president, why does everyone else seem to think they're obviously wrong? Has the mainstream medical establishment science cucked a majority of people into thinking they're safe so they can keep making money selling them? The vaccine debate is complex and multi-layered and hasn't been resolved for over 2 decades, so obviously it needs me to come and put an end to it in the space of a single YouTube video, by doing what I'm best at, destroying things with my mouth. Oh, hi Mum! Was I vaccinated?
Have you been looking into moving out lately, son?
Now, the clever clogs among you will know that there was an anti-vaccine movement of sorts in the 1800s when they were first introduced, but that movement died out on its own a long time ago. Of smallpox. The main argument in the modern movement is that they might cause autism. So let's see what, on paper, this claim is supported by. Yes, I just ended a sentence with a preposition, and if that annoyed you, we get it, your school was expensive, we're all very happy for you.
Part 1. The easy version, in case you don't feel like watching this whole fucking video.
In 1998, a study came out alleging a link between the MMR vaccine and autism. MMR vaccinates against measles, mumps, and rubella, which saves kids from having to get multiple painful shots and parents from having to know what rubella is. It was published in The Lancet, a very well-known medical journal, which made it seem credible. However, the paper was eventually found guilty of being bad. The science turned out to be bonkers, and multiple other studies on literally millions of children did not show that there was a link, and the paper was eventually retracted by the journal that published it. So retracted that it literally has retracted written all across every page in big red letters. My printer just does black and white, so I've actually got an artist's impression of the real version. So far, that's some pretty shaky ground on the anti-vaccine side. But later, new evidence came out that...
Oh, that's it. That's all the evidence. This segment is over now. Part 2, the existential horror of... Wait, that's it?
No, seriously. That's all the evidence. There is nothing else even remotely credible. There are some fringe pet theories as to what chemical in the vaccines causes the autism, but since vaccines don't cause autism, they're kind of putting the cart before the squid here. The anti-vax movement had next to no evidence 20 years ago, and now they have even less.
But hold on there, Daddy-O. Sure, you can sum up the entire issue in 52 seconds, wow. But really, I don't think that's good enough. Everyone who's anti-vax at this point has probably already heard and isn't convinced by the easy version. I mean, if you're on the fence about vaccines, you're not going to change your mind because someone told you there was a paper once, but it got retracted, no matter how much they pitch shift their voice in post.
But what if you did want to change someone's mind on topics like this? The data on this issue is discouraging. Research shows that when someone becomes personally invested in an idea, they can become very close-minded, or worse, a YouTuber.
Political science professor Brendan Nyhan and his team spent 3 years studying how over 1,700 parents reacted to various different attempts to convince them to vaccinate their children, and found that no matter what they tried, parents who started out against vaccination didn't change their minds. And worse, trying to correct false claims about vaccines actually made some parents more against vaccinating. Nyhan told The New Yorker, "It's depressing. We were definitely depressed."
Now, as a fellow fan of logic and reason, I'm also doing great. But in today's particular, shall we say, socioeconomic climate, it's extra pressing that we figure out how to get everyone on the same page with regards to public health. So the purpose of this video isn't just to point out a group that's wrong about something. The real question is, when someone is wrong about something, not just this, how do you change their mind? Now, personally, I'm not sure how to do that. If it was easy for humans to change their mind about stuff, then this video wouldn't need to exist, would it? But maybe we'll find some answers by exploring what convinced people vaccines might be dangerous in the first place. We should probably begin with that old 1998 study, because let's be honest, how many people on either side of this discussion have actually read it? People don't read scientific papers, they check out the blogs or videos of people who they already agree with, and they tell them what the science said. And I mean, same. I heard all the other people say the science was bad, and I believed them. And the anti-vax people probably just believed whoever told them it was true. So, to be unbiased about this, let's really start at the beginning. Look at the original paper. That's the wrong page. Let's actually read this old paper and see what it has to say and come to an honest conclusion about its findings.
5 minutes late.
What the fuck? This is why people are against vaccines? This is the worst fucking paper I've ever read in my life!
Right, let's talk about the study. I'm calling it The Study because its real title was Ileal Lymphoid Nodular Hyperplasia, Nonspecific Colitis and Pervasive Developmental Disorder in Children, which is a bit of a tongue twister. I had to do a not insignificant amount of Googling to find out whether it's pronounced ileal or ileal. Don't know why I bothered.
Yes, this is not a doctor paper. My third year dissertation was on this piece of garbage and the impact it had in Britain. Just Britain. Yes, he got bungs from pharmaceutical companies so they could charge the NHS more for the 3 separate vaccines. The ileal lymphoid nodular is to do with the gut, to do with the intestines essentially. Colitis is an inflammation. It's an autoimmune disease of the lining. colitis is quite bad, actually. It's very painful, apparently. I've never had it. Yeah. Oh no, he's the third most retracted author. They went to his previous studies that have been put out, and they've all been not redacted, just question mark put over them, essentially. Huge pinch of salt kind of thing, really. But this one was fully retracted. The Lancet apologised and everything. So no, and he lost his medical licence as well about 4 or 5 years after this. So I'm invested in this. Because of anti-vaxxer parents of my friend, I lost her because of measles. So no, I don't give these people any time of day. And I want Wakefield to crawl back under a rock from whence he came. Simple as. I'm glad he lost his licence.
But if I got it wrong, it's not like you would have noticed.
The paper's lead author is Dr. Andrew Wakefield. I'm sorry, there's a mistake in my script. The paper's lead author is disgraced ex-Dr. Andrew Wakefield. Wakefield is seen by many as the founder of the modern anti-vaccine movement, since he was behind the paper that started the whole thing. Let's keep an eye on that guy. Oh, fucking. The smoke machine occasionally goes off on its own for no reason. I can't be bothered to get up. The paper's supposed purpose was to investigate a connection between bowel disorders and developmental issues in children, in particular targeting signs of autism.
So, first off, what's a colitis? Right, hold on. Okay, colitis is inflammation of the colon, one of the main symptoms of bowel diseases like Crohn's disease, for example.
Colitis.
By the way, we're going to use words like bowel, colon, and intestine interchangeably in this video. Don't let it confuse you, they're mostly the same thing. If you're a doctor, pretend you didn't hear that. The paper says non-specific colitis because it's not looking for specific kinds of inflammation. It's looking at whatever inflammation these children happen to have and seeing how they compare, because maybe they're all linked, and maybe they're even linked to the autism.
According to Wakefield, he just happened to notice a lot of kids with both autism and bowel disorders, and he launched the study to investigate a possible link. But what does all that have to do with vaccines? I mean, surely it must have found something for it to have caused all this controversy. Well, allow me to list the paper's highly scientific findings. Some of the parents of the children in the study think they remember the autism symptoms starting after the MMR vaccine. No, really, that's it.
Findings. Onset of behavioral symptoms was associated by the parents with measles, mumps, and rubella vaccination.
For literally decades, right, I've been hearing about this paper, and I've assumed that there must have been something there, like something to at least explore or discuss or debunk. Everyone lost their fucking minds over it, so surely there's something, and I finally go and read it, and it's just a bunch of fucking parents' opinions. There's just nothing there. I can't fucking believe this. Like, seriously, the disconnect between the attempts at real science and the stuff the parents think they remember is, like, so jarring. Like, next to colonoscopies and biopsies and graphs of urinary excretions, you'll suddenly get sentences like,
he received a dose of measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, the day after which his mother described a striking deterioration in his behavior that she did link with the immunization.
A note from your mother isn't science, it's how you get out of PE. I'm sorry, coach, I didn't really have polio. Maybe some home decorating will relax me. I love this poster because I'm smart, and now all my guests will know I'm smart. I have tons of guests, I'm a party animal, I have a charisma of at least 6. I wonder why The Economist interviewed ContraPoints and not me. There. Perfect. Does that look alright to you? No, Rachel, don't wave the camera. That's not how people communicate.
Page 3 of the study provides a table listing each child's behavioral diagnosis, largely autism, and also what their parents identified as their exposure, the thing which, in their opinion, caused the diagnosis. Of course, most of them blame the vaccine.
Now, while a bunch of opinions are about as useful in science as a bath made of teeth, we might as well explore how someone might end up having that opinion.
It's actually really common for us to... Actually, hey, Angie?
Yeah?
Could you draw me as a ferret, please?
Okay. Why?
I will not explain why. It's actually really common for us to assume two things that happen to us around the same time must be caused by one another. That's how we, as ape people whose fur fell off one day, think about things with our tiny, godless little monkey brains. If you ate some strange new berries and got sick that day, you're basically programmed to connect the two for the sake of your own survival. This is the 1 in 10 times that evolutionary psychology is real. The rest are fake, Malcolm, but these correlations we make in our heads between events aren't necessarily true. It might not have been the berries. It could have been all the budget energy drinks you import from Thailand. You know what? Maybe you can have too much carabao. Another big problem here is how humans relate to spans of time. Just like how under quarantine you might not even notice 4 months passing because nothing happens anymore. If someone coughs on you today and later in the evening you start to feel a bit sick, a lot of people might remember being coughed on and assume that's how they got it. But illnesses can take days or weeks to incubate. Maybe you don't remember the time you got coughed on 2 weeks ago by the guy who was delivering the last crate of energy drinks. Oh, Carabao, why is it so hard to quit you? Win football tickets? I can't wait to be in a crowd of people again. The table claims some of the parents noticed the symptoms a few weeks, days, or even hours after getting the vaccine. But I do have to wonder how easy it is for someone to recall something as complex as the exact date of the onset of a child's behavioral symptoms.
Anecdotes are not science. God damn it. This section of the paper infuriated me the most. Seriously. You can't go up and ask parents this. They're usually busy, especially if it's younger children, if they've got a job as well, and looking after a child who has this, who has autism or is on the spectrum.
A BBC documentary from back in the day interviewed a parent and they said on camera that their son became autistic overnight after the vaccine.
What happened to your other son?
Overnight. He had the fever, the high temp, literally overnight. He was never the same again.
Even the interviewer was like, literally? Literally overnight? Like, are you sure? The signs of autism appear gradually and grow over time. When parents first take notice, there could easily be other signs they missed. Another better documentary about all this we'll get to later actually found parents who realized they'd made this exact mistake.
Stacey and Damien no longer believe that their daughter's autism was caused by MMR. After researching and remembering Rebecca as a baby, they realised that she had already shown symptoms before she was vaccinated.
Parents don't necessarily notice the symptoms until they're fairly obvious, but that doesn't mean the symptoms weren't there or their child wasn't autistic beforehand. I'm bringing this up because it's important to make the distinction that whenever someone describes something like their child's first symptom, what they are really describing is the first symptom they personally noticed. Here's a timeline of the first 2 years of a child's development. Statistically, the average age that symptoms of autism become noticeable to parents is around 12 to 18 months. Children in the UK receive a dose of the MMR vaccine from between 12 to 15 months. Isn't it possible that these parents are blaming a coincidental event? You can even see evidence that this happens in the paper, because some of the other parents blame other totally coincidental events. One of them blames their child's autism on an ear infection they got a week before they first noticed the symptoms. Do ear infections cause autism now? No. No. Of course not. But if it was the only other thing that you remembered happening to your child, you can see how someone might end up assuming they're related. Before this study was released, there were a few very small clusters of parents that thought vaccines caused autism or other illnesses. JABS, the Justice, Awareness and Basic Support Group, wow, they really worked hard to make their name say JABS, had been around for a few years beforehand. The founder of JABS, Jackie Fletcher, asserts to this day that her son suddenly became severely autistic 10 days after his MMR vaccination, and has frequently tried to sue the government and MMR manufacturers for money over it. It's important to recognize that statistically, even if vaccines are perfectly safe, you're going to get a small amount of parents like her who are convinced that vaccines are harmful because they got one right before something like this happened. Before there was a scientific paper and thousands of news pieces telling them to, there really weren't that many parents of autistic children who blamed the vaccine. According to a pro-JABS piece made in May 2002, when the scare was happening, there were thousands of members, but before all that, there were only about 30 sets of parents at best. And speaking of groups being too small to be statistically meaningful, another big problem, or to put it another way, a small problem, is sample size. Please hold your applause until the end. On its own, a study of a small sample size, like 12 children, can't prove anything about the rest of a population. I've made this point about people drawing sweeping conclusions from small studies before. However, it's important to understand sample size criticisms in the proper context. Studies on small groups happen all the time in science, for a good reason. They're often called pilot studies, and they're useful for figuring out how a bigger study should work in preparation for the real thing, or for checking to see if there's something worth looking into in the first place. A fraction of parents of the tens of millions of children who've had this vaccine saying they think there might be a connection is, at best, grounds to do a better study on a bigger group of children to find out if this connection actually exists. We're going to come back to this later, because someone had the opportunity to do one of those, and what they did with that opportunity is very interesting. That was an awful take, let me do that again. In summary, the science is really bad. It's bonkers. The study even admits it doesn't prove anything at the end.
We did not prove an association between measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine and the syndrome described.
The next sentence is hilarious.
Virological studies are underway that may help to resolve this issue.
The issue being that they don't have any proof. In science, it's expected to admit the limitations of your study. Papers and medical journals have high standards for what constitutes solid proof. However, Wakefield is using this as a shield. By hiding behind the defense that he hasn't claimed to prove anything, he can then speculate about a lot of things he hasn't proved. For example, these children appear to share similar, though non-specific, bowel problems. I say appeared because, well, we'll come back to that, but Wakefield takes this vague collection of similar things and concludes with the theory that could make his career, that the vaccine may cause autism and it happens through the bowels.
We have identified a chronic enterocolitis in children that may be related to neuropsychiatric dysfunction. In most cases, onset of symptoms was after measles, mumps, and rubella immunization. Further investigations are needed to examine the syndrome and its possible relation to this vaccine.
In literally the final sentences of the paper, Wakefield invents a new disease that combines bowel disorders and autism, and then speculates that MMR vaccination might cause the disease he just made up. This is absolutely buck wild, as some would put it. It's like medical fan fiction. Sure, he admitted it just may be, and said we need more research to prove anything, but now his made-up disease is in a published scientific paper in one of the most prestigious medical journals in the world. Journalists with little to no scientific knowledge go on to report on this paper as if it's discovering this new disease.
Doctors at the Royal Free Hospital believe they may have discovered a link between the combination vaccine and a
because no one in the scientific sector essentially want to talk to this man anymore, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to talk to him. I'd take a frying pan to his face. It did get proved that he got funding, he got grant money from, I can't remember what one. I think Harry mentions it later on who he gets paid by. He got paid by a pharma company. So that was the reason he lost his license, essentially. He'd done this, then he got this money, then he'd done this study, done this paper, released this paper. So having those two things happen was enough evidence to prove that he was doing this for money, essentially, or to get grants and stuff like that to carry on. There's been other studies done with a larger sample size of thousands of children, thousands of people who've been vaccinated, and there is no link. And his made-up disease is bloody stupid anyway. Enterologists were screaming at him about it. No, he kept it secret. It got released quietly. He has to release who gives him money, obviously. It's the same as politicians, essentially. But he kept it so quiet that the BME, the British Medical Association, were disgusted at him for this, for not releasing before he actually released this paper that he'd been funded by a pharma company or a couple of pharma companies to do this. And it was also to promote his disease as well. If you want to know about enterological diseases, ask an enterologist. or ask a paediatrician or a GP, because they're the ones that see the children the most, obviously.
Bowel disease that can progress to autism.
What are you talking about? He admitted he didn't prove anything and then wildly speculated at the end. No! There is one last really weird thing about this paper we haven't mentioned yet, which most people don't seem to mention, which I find a little bit weird and indicates that no one has actually read it. Towards the end of the paper, Wakefield tries to find other papers that kind of support his findings, so he really has to scrape the bottom of the barrel.
Freudenberg noted that for 15 of 20 autistic children, the first symptoms developed within a week of vaccination.
Wow! That's a really interesting thing to... Isn't it? We should probably actually go read Freudenberg's paper and see what it has to say for itself. Freudenberg's 1996 paper cited here is from Biotherapy, a fringe journal for quacks that actually went out of business 2 years later. The paper is a pilot study on the effects of a substance called dialysable lymphocyte extract on children with autism. In addition to alleging that several of the children had become autistic within a week of getting vaccinated, are you ready for this? Freudenberg claimed that this extract he'd created could cure autism.
Of the 22 with classic autism, 10 became normal, in that they were mainstreamed in school and clinical characteristics were fully normalized.
Became normal! Holy shit! And you want to know something funny? You want to know something funny? At the time that the study was published, Freudenberg didn't have a medical license. It was revoked the year before because he was caught stealing controlled substances from his job for personal use. The South Carolina Medical Board found him guilty of engaging in dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional conduct. He admitted he'd done it in the hearing too. So he got caught stealing drugs, admitted it, got fired, lost all credibility, probably wasn't even allowed within 100 yards of a stethoscope, and then a year later, he cured autism. According to him, and you know he's trustworthy because he admitted to stealing all those medical supplies. What I'm trying to say here is ex-Dr. Hugh Freudenberg's paper is one of the most obviously bullshit things I've ever read. And Wakefield had to cite it to create a precedent for his findings. This is the best he could get. You can see why it's a bit weird no one brings this up, right? In scientific circles, everyone who read Wakefield's paper, or worse, bothered to check the sources it cited, had, you know, a few minor concerns. It was so concerning that The Lancet published in the same issue a response to the paper. Vaccine adverse events, causal or coincidental. It points out numerous problems, some of which we've discussed here already, and has some words to say about fear-mongering about vaccines like this.
Vaccine safety concerns, such as that reported by Wakefield and colleagues, may snowball into societal tragedies when the media and the public confuse association with causality and shun immunization. This would be tragic because passion would then conquer reason and the facts again in the UK.
This commentary would probably have seemed darkly apocalyptic at the time, but in retrospect, it was a shockingly accurate prediction. Like, they knew! They fucking warned us! So even before the paper was in the public eye, other doctors and scientists were looking at it and saying, "This ain't it, Chief." Is that still a current reference? I've aged 10 years in the last 2 weeks, time is meaningless. But despite a lot of obvious concerns and clear weaknesses, Wakefield published the study anyway. And then, and this is weird, he immediately held a press conference about it. This isn't something that anyone normally does in science, especially not after publishing a 5-page study that admits it didn't prove anything. The paper was so small and its findings so insignificant that it barely even qualifies as a paper. In fact, it was published in The Lancet as an early report. See, in the top left corner? Zoom in on it. It's there. You've got to be quicker on the draw than that. Holding a press conference for this is something you do if you want attention for your controversial paper, not if you're trying to do science. And here's where the whole thing really started. During the press conference, Wakefield pretended his study had discovered a risk so earth-shaking that the government should stop using the MMR vaccine and replace it with measles, mumps, and rubella vaccines given separately.
One more case of this is too many. We put children at no greater risk if we dissociate those vaccines into 3, but we may be averting the possibility of this problem.
This is the moment that changed everything. Wakefield told a room full of reporters that based on his study, he felt the MMR vaccine could be putting millions of children at risk. The mainstream media were in love with the notion that the paper had found something, so they ran with it. All the way into hell. The paper was bad, sure, but mass movements against vaccines don't start because of the release of a paper. Like we discussed, people don't read papers. I didn't read it for like 20 years. And you know who else didn't read it? Every journalist who reported on it. But when a doctor publicly says the government is putting millions of children at risk with a vaccine rolled out nationwide, even if his paper's a load of old shit, you gotta report on that. The possibility was too tantalizing to ignore. It's really hard to get across how unavoidable the issue was. If you even glanced at a TV or a newspaper in the mid-2000s, it was MMR might cause autism, or it was Princess Diana is still dead.
Measles kills thousands of people every year. But today, questions about the vaccine.
Vaccination could be linked to a new side effect, a combination of bowel disease and autism.
Hundreds of articles, news pieces, and documentaries were made about the potential significance of this study. They rarely show or discuss the contents of the paper itself, but the doctor behind it came out against MMR. There's a potential link. There's a potential link, everybody! Panic! And you know what happens when every news resource is screaming about the potential risks of a vaccine? You make millions of people terrified to vaccinate their children. I was growing up during the MMR scare, and the main thing I remember from the TV news at that time was big shots of pointy needles and children screaming as they get given an injection and ominous voiceovers saying, oh, these vaccines might be dangerous. It's almost like TV deliberately scares people for ratings because that's how this works. That's the entire point. If you want to know why thousands of parents think MMR gave their children autism, it's not because they came to that conclusion on their own. We've seen how, before all of this reporting happened, only a teeny tiny minority of parents made the connection between autism and the vaccine. They could only find 7 parents of autistic children who blamed MMR in the original study even. The only thing that changed was how many news outlets were telling everyone the vaccine might cause it. After years of the media telling them it could have been the jab, some parents started to believe it.
His symptoms started to appear when he was 2, soon after he had his MMR. This is the age at which autism usually develops, but his parents don't believe it's coincidence.
His parents didn't believe it was a coincidence because every news resource was telling them it might have something to do with the vaccine, and trusting that the media had done the work and knew what they were talking about, they believed what they were being told. The end result of publications and broadcasts like this was a lot of concerned parents, a lot of unvaccinated children, and a whole lot of new cases of measles.
With inoculation rates falling to dangerous levels.
In Ireland, the debate over MMR has been fueled still further by a measles outbreak which killed 3 children. Whatever the official evidence, which rejected a link between MMR and autism, fewer parents were prepared to take a risk.
I wonder why that might be. Could it be because every time you turned on the television there's footage of a screaming child with a needle in its arm? Once literally every other doctor had come out saying, look, there's no proof, please stop doing this, a lot of journalists got really defensive suddenly and started putting out pieces like, no, I will not stop reporting scaremongering bullshit. Wait, the same journalist wrote both of these. She just spent like 6 months of her career complaining about people criticizing her. Amazing. So, what was Andrew Wake?
Oh, what a surprise. Melanie Phillips. Christ, she is a menace. I was in my 20s. When the paper got released, I was 19, and when he lost his license, I was either 22 or 23. Yes, yuck. Bleh.
Doing during all this? Well, he was getting interviewed non-stop and having clips played in almost all of these news pieces. He was like a celebrity, especially to the growing list of parents newly convinced by the media's reporting that he'd discovered why their children had autism. For a couple of years, Andrew Wakefield was the sort of guy who you filmed in slow motion in black and white. Holy shit. Wakefield used his time in the spotlight to spread even more doubt about MMR and continue to repeat the recommendation that parents get separate vaccines instead. At the press conference, in interviews in the aftermath, and 4 whole times on a 23-minute videotape he sent to journalists, he claims he thinks separate vaccines would avoid the risk of autism.
Andrew Wakefield says he appealed to the Chief Medical Officer more than 6 months ago to give worried parents the option of the single vaccine.
My recommendation has been
that children should continue to be vaccinated, but to separate the vaccines, there is sufficient anxiety in my own mind over the safety, the long-term safety of the polyvalent, that is the MMR vaccination in combination, that I think that it should be suspended in favour of the single vaccines. There is sufficient anxiety in my own mind that it would be sensible to divide them into separate doses. There is sufficient anxiety that the parents must have a choice of how they protect their children.
It's really kind of interesting that while the modern anti-vaccine movement insists that all vaccines are dangerous in some way, the guy who started the fear and anxiety that led to this was pro-vaccine.
We advocate vaccination. This is not anti-vaccine in any way.
He was really specific about the fact that he thought parents should keep vaccinating, just that they should use alternatives to MMR.
The single vaccines are likely in this context to be safer.
Remember that disease he speculated about at the end of his paper? That there might be some kind of bowel disorder caused by MMR that then leads to autism? This came up in the media a lot as well.
Could the MMR jab be causing a strange new kind of bowel disease that was turning the children autistic?
Measles, mumps and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle. There is a bowel disease, a new syndrome associated with regressive autism, and that may be related to MMR.
Eventually, he even came up with a name for it: autistic enterocolitis. Wakefield's theory, when he tries to explain it, is that the almost dead measles virus present in the MMR vaccine can get stuck in the intestine somehow, causing all that inflammation they apparently found in the study, more on that later, which leads to it not digesting certain foods like bread and milk properly, turning them into, his words, a morphine-like substance, which then leaks out of the bowel and into the brain, causing autism.
Morphine-like substances from the gut that you and I produce in our diet from milk and wheat are actually getting access through that leaky gut into the developing brain.
This theory is, very strange. One of the many strange things about it is that it specifically implicates the measles part of the vaccine. If measles, when it's in a vaccine, can cause a syndrome that leads to autism, how could you possibly be so certain that the separate vaccine for measles would be safe?
The risk of this particular syndrome developing is related to the combined vaccine, the MMR, rather than the single vaccines.
Okay, sure, but why? On what basis are you saying that, Andy? How could a doctor so easily make that recommendation?
And it may be that giving the measles on its own reduces the risk of this particular syndrome developing.
He just keeps saying it.
My opinion, again, is that...
Give us evidence. Give us evidence.
The monovalent, the single vaccines, measles, mumps and rubella, are likely in this context to be safer than the polyvalent vaccine.
That's the MMR vaccine.
There's actually a real reason why he recommended the separate vaccines so much. We'll get to that later. Here's the one example I could find of an interviewer asking him to explain himself.
But even supposing the measles element of the MMR vaccine had deposited the virus in the intestinal tissue of these children, a single jab of measles might do the same.
Theoretically, it might.
But you're advocating a jab, single jabs instead of MMR.
I said theoretically.
Oh, only theoretically. Well, that's fine then. What a great scientist.
But if you say it may do, then how can you advocate a single jab of measles, even if there's only a theoretical possibility that it might damage a child?
While that question mark exists, at the very least, parents deserve a choice of how they protect their children against these infections, whether it be with the MMR vaccine or whether it is with the single vaccine.
He always finds a way to pivot back to how, in the midst of all of these questions and concerns, which he started, parents should at least have the option of a separate vaccine. Honestly, you'd think he was some kind of salesman for alternative vaccines. Autistic enterocolitis is not, and has never been, accepted as real by gastroenterology, the field specializing in the stomach and intestines. But an ordinary person, or worse, a journalist, might not understand it enough to know that it doesn't make sense. So, of course, it got reported as an interesting new idea.
It was a bold and controversial theory.
That's an interesting choice of words. This piece by that really defensive lady, Melanie Phillips, one of the most well-paid journalists in Britain at the time, is still continuing to spread it in this very article about being criticised for spreading it. She calls it a unique gut-brain disease. When you imagine a new disease, of course it's gonna sound unique, Melanie. No red flags popping up around the fact that no disease has ever functioned like this before? No? Fucking hell! This completely unproved, unique, bold, and controversial theory was irresistible to Phillips, a Bigot of the Year award-winning writer famous for also denying climate change, calling Obama an Islamist, describing a group of liberal Jews as Jews for genocide, and opposing both Irish independence and gay rights, which she dismissed as an attack on the traditional family by cultural Marxism. It's not shocking that Phillips was wrong about MMR. It's her job to be wrong about everything. The truly shocking thing about this is that for once, the entire rest of the British media were on the same side as her, uncritically regurgitating everything Wakefield said to millions of people. This completely irresponsible reporting caused fear, vaccine hesitancy, kickstarted an anti-vaccine movement that's still here today, and resulted in the deaths of children from completely preventable diseases. And that's the tea, sis. There's real liquid in there. I'm not doing a bit. I will spill it if I try and show it to you. I'm sorry. But there's... Look. See? It's real. It's not tea, though. It's coffee. I'm not a farmer. Perhaps the only thing more frustrating than seeing the media do everything it can to push pseudoscience was how everyone actually addressed the topic of autism. Autism is a complex condition we still don't fully understand, with many variations in symptoms and severity. But the media never mentioned that. They deliberately went looking for the most severe and extreme cases they could find, and then filmed them to exploit for television. Children who...
The media's got a lot of blame here, and I commented on it. Remind me who he is? I recognise the name, but I'm not sure. Charles Rosenberg. Latimer Upper School in Hammersmith, Wadham College at Oxford, law degree, solicitor in 76. Oh, for legal affairs editor for the Telegraph. What the fuck? Okay.
Who couldn't communicate verbally or had severe physical disabilities as well. The intent to make the MMR question as serious as possible resulted in an almost pornographic obsession with suffering children. They went out of their way to portray autism as a horrific tragedy that it's worth risking a disease to avoid. And yeah, measles is a disease. like it kills people, it can cause incredibly severe complications that are with people for life. We as a society are no longer really aware of just how dangerous measles can be because we don't see all those complications as much because of vaccinations. Measles, mumps and rubella are legitimately dangerous and potentially life-threatening diseases, and it says a lot about how we think about neurodivergence that it's worth risking that to avoid being autistic to some people. Hell, I was in Waitrose a few months ago. I never shop there, but I pretend to so I can use their unnecessarily massive parking space. And I saw them selling a magazine with this on the cover. Reignite your child's brain with alternative treatments. What they mean there is alternatives to treatment. This is not how a healthy society discusses its people. Autistic people have to navigate a world that refuses to accommodate them in the slightest, to the point they're regularly confronted with the idea other people think their brain has gone out. Come on, get it together, Waitrose. You're the upmarket, upper class, rich people supermarket. You're supposed to be the smartest. What's going on there? The only thing that needs igniting here is your fucking shops. Did we get clearance to say that? Okay, that was a joke. While the MMR scare was at its height, the entire media landscape was a unified front in saying, wrongly, that autism is the worst fate imaginable for a child and much worse than dying of measles. So a lot of kids didn't get vaccinated. Then again, it wasn't all bad. Some parents just vaccinated their children for measles, mumps and rubella separately. Which, by the way, was pretty expensive.
But they don't want their child to have MMR. They'd rather pay for single vaccines at £60 a shot.
60 quid? By jolly, governor! Imagine millions of parents wanting an expensive alternative vaccine because all of a sudden a study had come out saying that the regular one might cause autism, and a prominent scientist was cautioning against it.
He'd urged the government to split MMR into separate vaccines.
Giving the measles on its own reduces the risk of this particular syndrome developing.
Why, whoever was producing and selling the alternative vaccine would be in for a fucking gold mine, wouldn't they? They'd make an absolute fortune! Here's a funny thing about that. Part 4. Andrew Wakefield is a lying con man who wanted your money. Oh, sorry, that puts me at risk of libel, doesn't it? Hold on, let's revise that. Part 4. In my opinion, Andrew Wakefield is a lying con man who wanted your money. So we have Wakefield's paper and the implication that MMR might cause autism in there, and you have
Yeah, trying to avoid the libel laws here, which are mental, to say the least. Yeah, he has to be careful, especially with a few of his videos. So, yes, your opinion, Harry.
Wakefield saying, you and I can both agree that there might be a conflict of interest there if Wakefield was selling an alternative vaccine, right? We can all agree that would be fucked up, wouldn't it? Here's Wakefield's patent on an alternative measles vaccine. This little piece of shit was filed 6 months before the study was released. So, what's going on there, Andy? Something you want to tell us, buddy? It's time to introduce someone new to the story. Brian Deer is an award-winning investigative reporter with a long history of exposing medical fraud, specializing in the pharmaceutical industry, and the perfect sort of person for the middle of this health scare. Deer was one of the few journalists who didn't simply accept what Wakefield was saying at face value, and thought to dig a little deeper into the study and what he was really up to. Deer called the hospital Wakefield worked at with some basic questions, the kind that Wakefield apparently wasn't used to getting. Within 3 hours of doing so, Wakefield's publicist, you know, doctors hiring publicists to promote them, that happens all the time, had made a complaint about Deer to the newspaper he worked at. Deer, of course, only grew more interested. His eventual 2004 documentary, MMR What They Didn't Tell You, is the better documentary I mentioned before. And by better, I mean blew the doors off of Andrew Wakefield's whole scheme. It was Deer who discovered Wakefield's patent. Let's take a look at that patent now.
The present invention relates to a new vaccine/immunization for the prevention and/or prophylaxis against measles virus infection.
Now, I'm not a big-time science-talking fancy guy, but this sounds a little bit like a measles vaccine. The patent was submitted in June 1997, so Wakefield had done most
because of Brian Deer's work, I managed to find this patent as well. It's a fascinating read.
Of the study and then rushed to patent a method of making a competing vaccine he could sell later. And guess what? If you look closely at the patent, you can see a familiar name on there next to Wakefield's. Remember Hugh Fudenberg? The quack who thought he could cure autism after having his medical license revoked? His name is also on the patent! He's credited as a co-inventor of this vaccine! Fudenberg's company, the very real and legitimate sounding Neuroimmunotherapeutics Research Foundation, is listed on the patent along with a business address. In the documentary where he revealed the existence of this patent, Brian Deer went to that address to try to find Fudenberg and discovered the company had already shut down and the building had become a real estate agency. Looking that address up now, it appears to be a hairdresser's.
Doesn't look like one of America's premier research foundations.
When he did find him, Deer asked Fudenberg about the whole thought he could cure autism thing, and,
Do you believe that autism can be cured?
Yes.
Cured?
Yes. It's cheap, it's oral, no injections. 1 pill a day, every other day for 3 to 6 months.
And where does that come from?
From my bone marrow.
From your own personal bone
marrow?
Yeah. I mean, that seems extraordinary.
Yeah.
Just to quickly remind you, this man is the co-inventor of Wakefield's alternative vaccine. You know what? You got me. Vaccines might be dangerous. And just in case it wasn't extremely obvious what a hasty fucking scam Wackeyfield and his one friend who agreed with him were putting together, Fudenberg's name is spelled wrong on the patent. The other inventor of this vaccine besides Andrew Jeremy Wakefield is one Hugh Fundenberg. Nice one, Jeremy. By 1999, Wakefield was the director of several medical businesses, Immunospecifics Biotechnologies Limited and Carmel Healthcare Limited, named after his wife at the time. She later divorced him. He started shopping these companies around for investors based on the very convenient patent he'd got right before the health scare he caused. But in addition to the vaccine, Wakefield had another product in mind. If autistic enterocolitis turned out to be real, big if there I know, that would mean there would be a completely new market in the form of testing for this new disease. Wakefield planned on producing and selling diagnostic kits meant to test for autistic enterocolitis. A private and confidential prospectus for potential investors acquired by Brian Deer claimed,
"It is estimated that the initial market for the diagnostic will be litigation-driven testing of patients with AE, autistic enterocolitis, from both the UK and the USA."
Describing the target audiences as
parent groups and lawyers representing affected individuals
and
major pharmaceutical companies.
These prospectuses also calculated how much these businesses would be worth.
It is estimated that by year 3, income from this testing could be about £3,300,000, rising to about £28 million.
Adjusting for inflation, that upper estimate is about $72 million. If you think that's bad, years earlier he estimated a much larger number to the for-profit branch of the Royal Free Medical School. £72.5 million per year, almost $200 million in today's money. In an inventor school investor meeting document that Deer obtained, Wakefield teased they could charge premium prices for the technology he intended to develop. Wakefield also became director of a third business, Unigenetics Limited, in the Irish Republic. Wakefield applied for and was successfully given £800,000, more than $2 million today, in government funding to begin developing the test. And this is all on top of how much money Wakefield would get if he managed to get the funding to manufacture his alternative vaccine. Companies like Axcan Pharma in Canada were paying to fly him out to discuss his business plans. According to Brian Deer, he was also negotiating a consultancy with Johnson & Johnson and developing connections with both Merck and SmithKline Beecham. This guy was sure he was going to be rolling in money. I wonder if this might point to a financial incentive to discredit MMR.
Watching Wakefield repeatedly push for getting alternative vaccines just in case is really chilling to watch now. You have to watch him sit there and create demand for his planned future products, and no one watching knows what he's up to. They think he's a doctor just asking questions about MMR. No wonder he wasn't anti-vaccine, he wanted you to buy his. That said, there were a few roadblocks to the success of these businesses. The first is that autistic enterocolitis is a fake disease he just made up, which means it's very hard to invent a test for it. In Ireland, at Unigenetics, Wakefield brought in a colleague, John O'Leary, to try to get the testing kits to work. O'Leary claimed his test could find measles virus in the bowels of autistic children.
He'd found measles virus in most of the samples he'd tested from children with autism and bowel disease.
This is the closest Wakefield or any of his cohorts would ever come to proving autistic enterocolitis exists. But this quickly fell apart. Every other lab that tried to recreate his results found the same thing. The only way his equipment could get the results he was getting is if there was contamination or if his machine had been calibrated wrong. It turned out later it was both. Test tubes that didn't have measles in them tested positive for measles. O'Leary had an 11.1% stake in Immunospecifics, the company which would be selling the kits, which would have made him incredibly rich if the test had eventually worked. But strangely, he stopped being able to get these results once people started scrutinizing his work. So that's £800,000 of taxpayer money down the drain. The second problem was that potential investors who looked into his alternative vaccine, even slightly, would notice that the guy who co-invented it was a doctor who had just been fired and thought he could cure autism using his fucking bone marrow! So I guess what I'm saying is there was a slight delay in finding people willing to fund it. Finally, as Wakefield tried to launch his businesses, there was a critical shake-up at the hospital he was working at. While many of the Royal Free Hospital's higher-ups were fans of Wakefield's controversial paper and the attention it brought to the hospital and medical school, and some of them were even involved directly with his new businesses. In late 1999, the school got a new head of medicine, named Mark Pepys. Pepys was a specialist in fields close to what Wakefield was speculating about in his papers, and like most scientists who knew anything about the subject, could tell something was up. Wakefield was sent a letter voicing concerns about the scientifically unjustified basis of the work the companies were doing, along with the incredibly obvious conflicts of interest happening here. You know, you kind of have a vested interest in proving a link between vaccines, bowel disorders, and autism when you intend to make millions of pounds off it. Even then, they volunteered to support Wakefield more, but not in the way he wanted. Remember that thing I said about pilot studies? I'm sure you do. You have a good memory. I really respect that about you. They offered to continue employing him, but only if he undertook a new, much bigger study to actually explore the original study's findings properly. He was offered help with a study on 150 patients to confirm what he had only really speculated about so far with a study of 12.
Good scientific practice now demands that you and others seek to confirm or refute robustly, reliably, and above all reproducibly the possible causal relationships between MMR vaccination and autism, autistic enterocolitis, and inflammatory bowel disease that you have postulated.
Autistic enterocolitis is in quotes. They don't believe him, it's great. This would be any legitimate scientist's dream. The freedom and support to fully explore a hypothesis and discover the truth. Wakefield agreed to perform the study, but then he never actually did it. Pepys would later go on to say Wakefield was a wanker and a fraud. Eventually, in 2001, after repeatedly ignoring calls to do the study he'd agreed to do, he was told to leave. Check out this article all about... Oh, I love journalism.
Last November, Andrew Wakefield left the Royal Free Hospital by mutual agreement.
Capitalising on his perceived reputation with the public as a man who had discovered a link between vaccines and autism, Wakefield said,
"I have been asked to go because my research results are unpopular."
This was meant to sound conspiratorial, like, they let me go because I'm making MMR look bad. But it seems like he was just unpopular with people because they could tell he was a fraud. And a wanker. At this point, Wakefield's career as far as real medicine was concerned was over, and his businesses failed to get off the ground because he no longer had any legitimacy left. What pharmaceutical company or other investor is going to give money to a doctor who just got fired for refusing to prove the thing he's trying to get funding for even exists? In 2003, Deer's investigation was in full swing and beginning to uncover all of this. He also made a really interesting discovery about something that took place during the original study. You know that whole autistic
enterocolitis thing. Both his theories about MMR's danger and his new businesses making testing kits for the disease rested on being able to find the measles virus in the intestines of children with autism.
The question we've been asking is measles virus present in the intestine of these children?
The BBC documentary covered this search extensively, with Wakefield saying in an interview that proving it was there would require finding the RNA of the virus in tissue samples.
The gold standard now is to find the gene of the virus in there.
The big deal here is if Wakefield can't find the gene of the virus, then his theory is wrong. In these interviews, Wakefield is trying to imply that they've only just started looking for the virus, so they haven't found it yet, but that's okay, they've only just started looking, right? This turned out to be a lie. Dear discovered that Wakefield had already looked for it, and it's not there. Dr. Nick Chadwick worked on Wakefield's paper and was a specialist on methods of finding measles RNA in tissue samples. Wakefield actually helped co-author some of his work. So of course, Wakefield had Chadwick look for measles RNA in the tissue samples taken from the children in the study. These were the children Wakefield was sure must have measles somewhere in their guts, since he was blaming their autism on it. However, when he looked, he never found any measles whatsoever.
Did you find measles virus in those children?
No. No single case did I find any measles virus in those children.
This means that Wakefield already knew, before he even published the paper, that measles couldn't be found in the guts of autistic children.
Dr. Wakefield's theory was that it was measles virus itself that was responsible for a bowel disease and then leading on to some kinds of autism, and you found no measles virus.
That's correct.
The final published version of the 1998 study doesn't have Dr. Chadwick's name on it, even though he did a lot of work for it. Chadwick later wrote in a signed declaration that he specifically asked for his name to be left off the paper because he wasn't comfortable with how Wakefield was still pushing his theory, even though he'd found 0 positive tests for measles. By this point, he was already planning to launch a business selling testing kits based on this theory, so he ignored the work in his own lab that disproved him and kept saying he thought measles could cause a bowel disease that leads to autism, and kept looking there for measles for years afterwards. The BBC documentary is about his hunt for the measles virus, because even 4 years after launching his paper, he still hadn't found anything else to back up what he was saying. I actually have to give some credit now to this BBC documentary. Even though they mostly side with Wakefield and assume he's going to find the proof soon, there is one segment where the interviewer's like, wait a second.
Shouldn't you have proved it before you said it?
As I say, proof maybe 10, 15 years away in terms of definitive scientific proof.
So shouldn't you have waited?
No.
Obviously, after discovering all this, Brian Deere had even more questions for Wakefield, which Wakefield was continuing to avoid.
I've been trying now to speak with him
Funny
for a
that.
year. We even wrote, but he didn't reply.
Deere eventually just went to an autism conference Wakefield was speaking at. After his presentation, Deere approached him with questions.
Dr. Wakefield, I'm sorry to interrupt. Brian Deere, Channel 4 Television. Could I talk to you about your research, sir, and your commercial ambition this evening?
There's something kind of cathartic about just how guilty Wakefield acts here. Like, he's happily hanging around after his talk, casually answering questions from concerned parents and other reporters, and then, the instant he recognizes Brian Deere, the guy he's been actively avoiding for over a year, he turns and leaves the room as fast as he can. Wakefield's only defense against his clear financial incentive to discredit MMR is to run away and hope you leave him alone. And since Deere clearly wasn't doing that, Wakefield decided to escalate. A few months after this footage of him heroically running away like a baby from Basic Inquiry was broadcast, Wacky Andy filed a defamation lawsuit against Channel 4, who produced the documentary, the Sunday Times, who published some of Deere's reporting, and, additionally, he sued Brian Deere's personal website, briandeere.com. Can you imagine being that petty? In 2004, 10 of the paper's original 13 authors came forward to publicly retract the interpretation section of the paper. Half a decade after its publication, a vast majority of the people who worked with Wakefield on his paper have gone on record to say they think his conclusions are bollocks. At this point, Wakefield's study's coffin has fallen through the floor from the sheer weight of all the nails that have been hammered in it. So, that's the foundational study of the anti-vaccine movement.
A hack frauds bullshit paper claiming that a handful of parents know better than all doctors, so he could sell an alternative competing vaccine that he'd patented, which he thought he was going to make millions selling. The evidence against the movement can't get much worse than that, can it? That was a joke. Part 5, it gets much worse. Brian Deere didn't stop there. Wakefield was trying to sue him to get him to stop digging. And guess what? One of the first rules of investigative reporting is that if they try and sue you for finding things out, you're probably onto something.
I mean, he brought me into the story by virtue of the fact that years ago he sued me.
He discovered that 2 years before the paper was published, Wakefield had been hired by a lawyer to conduct the study. The lawyer, Richard Barr, had realized there was potentially millions and millions of pounds in bringing a class action lawsuit against MMR manufacturers on behalf of parents of autistic children. But since there was no actual evidence the vaccine did this, he paid Wakefield to find some. Wakefield charged Barr £150 an hour for the time he spent working on the study, eventually totaling over £435,000. In today's money, that's more than $1.1 million. This was more than 8 times his yearly salary at his job at the hospital. 6 months before The Lancet published the study, Barr sent Wakefield a letter saying, and I quote, actually I got Sean to say it,
I have mentioned to you before that the prime objective is to produce unassailable evidence in court so as to convince a court that these vaccines are dangerous.
Oh, okay. This whole thing was bullshit, wasn't it? And hey, remember Jabs? Jabs was involved with the lawsuit, and it turned out their members helped to recruit many of the parents to the study in the first place. I swear to God, this isn't one of the joke logos we made. This is actually the header on their Facebook page. This low-resolution, shitty nightmare. Jackie Fletcher, the founder of Jabs, was also a litigant in the lawsuit. They needed her connections to the dozen or so other parents who actually blamed MMR to be able to do all of this. Some of the parents were even involved with the lawsuit too. It's kind of clever if you think about it. A couple of parents blamed vaccines for their child's autism and wanted to sue its manufacturer, but there was no evidence it wasn't just a coincidence, so they told their opinions to a doctor their lawyer had hired, who would then report those opinions in a paper. And now in court you can say there's scientific evidence implying a link between vaccines and autism, even though the link is just those opinions from before. There's probably a word for this trick. Idea laundering? I don't know. Not all of the parents knew the study was being done to help a lawsuit, but they were all chosen deliberately. However, like we explored earlier, not many parents in 1996 blamed vaccines for autism, so they had to cast a wide net to even find the couple of parents they did. Child 11 wasn't even from England. He was from California. If a contact of Jabs or Richard Barr thought you might suspect vaccines made your child autistic, you and your child were being flown around the world to take part in this study. And even then, some of the parents still turned out not to blame the vaccine. I cannot stress enough what a fucking shambles this paper was. Most of the other doctors working on the study had no idea the guy running it had been paid hundreds of thousands of pounds to discredit MMR. According to Chadwick's later testimony, Wakefield worked separately with each individual scientist working on the study, instead of bringing them all together, which would have been the normal thing to do. This afforded Wakefield a good level of secrecy about his motives. The other scientists must have largely thought they really were looking into a connection between autism and bowel disorders in children. So even the doctors and scientists involved were being lied to and tricked into lending their time and effort to a study being done to help a lawsuit make some lawyers a lot of money. Once all of this came out, Wakefield was, medically speaking, fucked. While he'd been asked to leave his post years earlier, he still had a license to practice medicine in the UK. But amidst all of these discoveries, the General Medical Council began a fitness to practice hearing against Wakefield, going through the records of the study to evaluate whether his behaviour had been ethical.
The row he started dominated the headlines. Now his conduct, not his views, will be making the news.
This hearing would go on to last for 217 days, making it the longest in General Medical Council history, and longer than the O.J. Simpson trial. This is Wakefield's only legitimate achievement. He made such a fucking mess, it took that long to pick through it all. Meanwhile, remember when Wakefield sued Brian Deere? This would turn out to be the worst mistake he ever made in his life.
Because Wakefield's libel case was related to accusations of what he did during a study, that meant that the records of what happened in the study were evidence in the case now. I mean, how else were they going to prove it was libel or not? The judge agreed that Dia had to be granted access to the confidential, unredacted medical records of the children from the study. By trying to sue a journalist into shutting up, Wakefield had accidentally given him permission to see everything. Dia recalls being sat in a room with his lawyer, reading the medical records of the children and other records of what happened in the study, while Wakefield's legal team were rushing to get a cab to take them to the courthouse so they could drop the suit and stop him reading it as fast as they could. Dia got home that night to a call from his lawyer saying the case. New firmware available. Thanks, Windows. Dia got home that night to a call from his lawyer telling him the case was over. And as a fun bonus, because of how lawsuits work in the UK, Wakefield had to pay Dia's legal costs. The check for which Dia keeps proudly displayed on his website. But Dia wasn't done yet. Wakefield had just dropped a lawsuit to stop him finding things out.
But in the context of that lawsuit, a great deal of information was disclosed to me by Wakefield's lawyers, and it was quite clear I had to continue.
Dia continued his research and also attended many of the GMC's hearings about Wakefield's conduct, which discussed many of the same records he just dropped a lawsuit to hide. And based on all of this, he put the pieces together and figured out exactly what happened during the study. The result of his work is an absolutely incredible series of articles first published in the British Medical Journal. There's another fucking firmware! Why is there so much firmware? Dia figured out who some of the previously anonymous parents of the children in the study were, and showed some of them what the study said about their children, and it turned out the paper was lying. For example, he showed the medical records to the father of child 11.
And he looked at the paper and he just looked at what it said about his own child, and he said, "That's not true."
Oh dear. Come back.
And that was one of the parents of one of these children in the paper.
In a correspondence with Dia, he literally wrote,
"The Lancet article indicates that autistic symptoms started at 15 months, a week after the MMR, which is completely inaccurate. My son's autistic behavior started 2.5 to 3 months after the MMR, which was administered to him at 15 months. The bottom line is, if my son is indeed patient 11, then the Lancet article made a false assertion that his symptoms set in immediately after the MMR, in service of some attorney's efforts to prove causation that, unbeknownst to me, apparently drove this research."
He told Dia Wakefield had said his son was the 13th child they'd looked at and wasn't included in the paper, and that's why none of the information in the study seemed to describe his son. According to Brian Dia, Wakefield had rewritten his son's medical history and lied to him to cover it up. And this wasn't the only parent who had their story changed by Wakefield. You see, for the study to be useful in Barr's lawsuit, they needed to establish a temporal link with the vaccine. Since this is the age autism usually develops, they needed it to be within 14 days, and if possible even closer. I mean, otherwise it might seem like it was just a coincidence. Which it is, but like child 11, the onset of autism wasn't convenient enough in almost any of the other children. The table suggests that 8 of the 12 children's parents claimed the symptoms happened within 14 days. But according to Brian Dia's reporting from the medical council hearings, many of the parents never said this, and most of the children's medical records put their symptoms starting way after this time period, with some of them showing symptoms of what could have been autism before they were vaccinated. Almost every child's autistic symptoms either started way too late to be useful in the lawsuit, or way too soon. Wakefield just lied and changed the times and allegations of the parents around until the paper said what he needed it to say. This is the thing that makes so much of what he said during the scare really fucking infuriating. Like, he would constantly bring up how he was just listening to the parents and reporting what they were saying.
We trust in the parent's story.
If you think there was a problem with my shitty study, you're calling all of those parents liars. How dare you?
When they say to you, "I believe
damn it.
my child regressed after the MMR vaccine," do you take that seriously or not? Damn right you do. Damn right you do.
He got all high and mighty about how you need to believe the parents when he had made up most of what the parents had said. And the media fucking ate it up too.
Andrew Wakefield is one of the few doctors to listen to parents who believe their children were damaged by MMR.
He's the only doctor who listens to the lies that he wrote for a lawsuit he was being paid to help with. Fucking hell! Remember that new syndrome Wakefield came up with? Now we know why he did that. To pursue a class action lawsuit against the vaccine's manufacturers and convince a court of the vaccine's danger, to quote a judge, Barr needed it to cause a distinct and specific clinical syndrome. If all the kids just had random bowel disorders, there wouldn't be a clear enough link to the vaccine. But if they all had a fancy new disease, he could argue they were all caused by the same thing. Wakefield invented autistic enterocolitis, which he repeatedly called a genuinely new syndrome in the media, so the lawsuit could justify itself. Of course, to do this, all the children's bowel disorders would have to actually look similar enough that they could reasonably be called the same thing. The paper listed 11 of the 12 children having some form of non-specific colitis, creating the illusion that they all had a similar disorder. According to the actual medical records, only 3 of them had any major inflammation whatsoever. The study had a pathologist on board to determine what sort of bowel diseases the children had. When she and her team ruled out colitis in over half of the children, which would obviously have been bad for the lawsuit, Wakefield brought in a second pathologist who had worked with him before to run the tests again. When the second pathologist didn't even make mention of colitis in his reports, Wakefield ignored both of them and just wrote in the paper that 11 of the 12 children had similar non-specific colitis. Wakefield went over the heads of everyone on his team who didn't find any colitis and decided by himself that all the children had a special new gut disorder that causes autism. What the fuck? But that's not all! You know how most of the children in the study were diagnosed with a form of autism? And how, like, that's the entire point, that most of them had autism? Like, that's the whole thing? Well, it turns out that some of the children reported as autistic in the study didn't even have autism! Child 7 was never diagnosed with autism before, during, or after this study. He was referred to the study because Child 6, his brother, was diagnosed with autism. Wakefield reported that this child was also autistic and started showing signs of autism 24 hours after being vaccinated. I mean, why not if you're just making shit up, right? Child 12 had also never been given an autism diagnosis. The developmental specialist who diagnosed them said they had an impairment in respect of language, but did not diagnose them with autism. Wakefield, who, just to remind you, is a gut surgeon with no psychiatric expertise whatsoever, decided this was enough for him to say they were autistic. And since their parents didn't blame the vaccine, he said loss of speech development and deterioration in language skills noted at 16 months, and made sure to mention the child had MMR at 15 months, just so you know it started soon after the vaccine, even though the parents didn't blame it. Oh, and while he was there, he diagnosed them with chronic non-specific colitis too. You can see why Wakefield dropped his lawsuit as fast as he could when Deere got permission to read these, right? This is likely why he never did the larger study when he was asked to. Once this fraudulent paper was out, all the extra attention and scrutiny he gained would have made it impossible to lie and get away with it again. To this day, no attempt to recreate Wakefield's findings has ever succeeded. The paper that started the obsession with the connection between autism and vaccines was a total fraud, crafted by a lawyer and the opportunistic doctor who he bought. And in the last 20 years, data from millions and millions of children all over the world indicates no link whatsoever. The only paper that came close to showing that link is a study so full of lies that even before it was out, scientists who worked on it were asking to have their names taken off. The paper wasn't just badly made, it wasn't just questionable, it wasn't bold and controversial. It was a lie for money. But the worst thing about this study was that somehow, even that wasn't the worst thing. Hey folks, the next section deals with some pretty heavy stuff, so if you're not into stories of child abuse, skip to the next chapter. As we've already explored, Wakefield was trying to discover a new disease linking autism and bowel disorders. So, during the study, he did everything he could to find that link. For this reason, each child underwent a rough battery of invasive procedures. The children spent a full week at the hospital, during which they were frequently sedated, given laxatives, had blood samples taken, and then they were given colonoscopies, lumbar punctures where a needle is inserted between the bones of your spine to extract fluid, MRI scans, again under sedation, electroencephalograms where wires and electrodes are run to the patient's head, and a variety of other uncomfortable procedures. A doctor once described this list of tests as a lot even for adults to go through, never mind autistic children. Now, there's this thing in medicine called informed consent. Doctors can't just do invasive procedures on people. You have to inform the patient of the potential risks and dangers, and you can only move forward with their approval. In this study, the children were very young, and some of them, emphasis on some, were autistic. This meant the children's parents had to give informed consent for them. Andrew Wakefield wrote a handout.
Hi, Shanna. Be careful this section about not a doctor and his paper full of lies. It does get a bit heavy. Actually trying to find the virus in the guts of children, young children, toddlers essentially, is very, very horrific. Having a toddler get a colonoscopy, for crying out loud. I'd lock him up.
To parents to go with the consent form, describing the procedures and their potential risks. Surcare, a human rights organisation, acquired a copy of this handout, and while the form does mention almost every procedure Wakefield intended to do, it doesn't mention any of the risks associated with them. I'm serious. The word risk is literally not written anywhere on the form. So let's talk about the risks of some of these procedures. For those of you who don't know, a colonoscopy is when a large tube with a camera in it is inserted through your rectum all the way up into your guts. Normally, this is an important and safe diagnostic procedure. It's the most accurate test for rectal and colon cancer, and this saves a lot of lives. Sorry, I'm going to take a moment and turn this video into a public service announcement for colonoscopies. Get one. I'm being serious. If you're an adult, especially over the age of 45, and you've never had a colonoscopy, please seriously consider getting one. I've lost an uncle and a close friend to bowel cancer at shockingly young ages. It's a really common cause of death, and if they catch it early, it's treatable. Colonoscopies are perfectly safe and often life-saving procedures. But in children whose intestines are smaller and weaker and harder to maneuver in, there are risks of serious complications. The scope can puncture the intestine, which causes bacteria from the gut to leak out and cause infection and other serious internal damage. Risks of complications are significantly higher for children 5 years or younger.
We try to be very careful to come around corners.
And these risks are genuine. As part of the attempts to find more evidence later and follow up on the original 1998 study, a 5-year-old autistic boy was given a colonoscopy that went exceedingly wrong, and was left fighting for his life with multiple organ failure after his bowel was perforated in 12 places during the procedure. There was no medical reason this child needed this procedure. He was just being used as a guinea pig to find any proof they could that autistic enterocolitis was real. The Royal Free had to pay almost £500,000, roughly $1 million today, in damages to the boy and his parents for causing lifelong disabilities that required full-time care. His parents reported that when they gave consent, they had not been told of the risks. If this is true, what happened here is an assault. They almost killed this child. And in the 1998 study, they inflicted this procedure on children as young as 3. Wakefield's consent form insists that these procedures are usually tolerated well by children, and that it is entirely painless. It gives zero mention of the very real risks of...
Here's a scientific term for you about that, performing a colonoscopy on toddlers. It is very fucking painful and it's unnecessary. They try not to do colonoscopies on children, especially under 5. Because of that, when I got to this section for my dissertation, I was apoplectic, essentially. Torturing a child like that is beyond forgivable, beyond it. Just no, lock the bastard up.
Of inserting several feet of a scope into a child. It even says, if your child becomes distressed or the procedure proves too difficult, it will be performed under general anesthetic. The form doesn't mention the risks of this anesthetic either. This normal consent form for a colonoscopy makes incredibly clear that there are risks of perforation and bleeding, and the possible adverse reactions to being sedated too. In case you're watching, Andy, this is what informed consent looks like, you piece of shit. Wakefield needed these parents to consent to these procedures. His paycheck was resting on finding something in the bowels of these children that could possibly point to the disease he was trying to invent. So he wrote a handout that conveniently didn't mention how risky some of these procedures actually were. And from other accounts given to Dear about what happened during the study, the children's experiences were far from safe and painless.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children. Junior doctors were unhappy. It needed 3 people to hold these kids down in some cases just to have blood taken. These are difficult children to explain to what is going on. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
Children were fainting and vomiting and trying to resist the testing. They had to be force-fed some of the fluids required for the tests. They couldn't give one child their lumbar puncture because he was uncontrollably vomiting from all the other procedures that had been done on him, and he was sent home. Another child's lumbar puncture went so badly that he had to be rushed to a different hospital for treatment. If you do stuff like this to kids in your study for no clinically justified reason, that's child abuse!
Wakefield treated the children as if they had genuine bowel conditions. To that end, almost all of them were given anti-inflammatory drugs for the disorders he'd made up for them. These medications often have an increased risk to children, particularly under the age of 6. The risks of adverse events includes life-threatening complications, including increased bleeding, increased risk of infections, and other severe side effects. Some of these kids had problems communicating, which would make reporting any side effects they were experiencing very difficult, further increasing the risk of severe problems if something went wrong. Considering that barely any of these children actually had bowel disorders, Wakefield was essentially putting children at risk of the side effects of these drugs for no reason, while he looked for proof of the disease he was trying to invent to make a lawsuit look good.
The medical council also discovered that during the study, Wakefield gave an experimental drug to one of the children without waiting for approval from an ethics committee. The drug was called dialysable lymphocyte extract transfer factor.
Wait a second.
The paper is a pilot study on the effects of a substance called dialysable lymphocyte extract on children with autism.
Did Wakefield test one of Fudenberg's autism-curing drugs on one of the children in his study? What the fuck?
Thanks, Andy. I'm sure whatever you gave those kids was perfectly safe. I mean, if this genius was behind it.
Where does that come from?
From my bone marrow.
To convince the child's father to agree to let him administer this drug to his child, Wakefield offered him a job as managing director of a company making and selling the drug.
Okay, my producer told me I can't say that. There's no way of proving that happened behind closed doors. So just to clarify, we don't have evidence that Wakefield offered a man a job to give his son a drug. It might just be a coincidence that the father became managing director of a company that would profit from selling the drug if it worked. Maybe he just happened to have equity in the company that would be making the drug that was experimentally given to his child. We will never know for sure how that happened.
Let's just walk through that again. Andrew Wakefield
might have
offered a cushy job to a guy to let him experiment on his kid with a drug that he probably got from a guy who got fired for stealing medical supplies, wasn't a doctor anymore, and thought he could cure autism using his bone marrow. The aristocrats! On top of all of this, during the investigation, the medical council found out that during one of his own children's birthday parties, Andrew Jeremy Wakefield lined up all the other kids at the party and offered them money for their blood.
I have to try and explain this. In order to find any potentially useful evidence for his study for the lawsuit, he needed the blood of non-autistic children so he could compare it and see what he could find. But to get the blood, instead of like putting in a request for non-autistic children's blood, or like calling for volunteers to come to the hospital and give their blood, and without running it past an ethics committee, he offered his children's friends £5 for their blood.
And no, that's not like an allegation that someone might have made up. Wakefield told people that story at a conference in 1999.
When we did this at that party, 2 children fainted, one threw up over his mother. But people said to me, Andrew, you can't do this, children won't come back to you.
At the hearing, he claimed to have made up the part about throwing up and fainting for dramatic effect. His best defense of his extremely unethical and weird behavior was that he made some of it up. Shockingly, telling the ethics committee that he was a fucking liar didn't help his case.
Speaking later in an interview, Wakefield defended the birthday party child blood bribes, saying it was all totally fine.
The only problem was that it did not have an approval from the hospital ethics committee. That does not make it unethical.
He's trying to, actually, a fucking ethics board! After reviewing all of this, in 2010, the longest inquiry in General Medical Council history concluded that Andrew Wakefield had failed in his duties as a doctor, acted against the interests of his patients, and was, a lying con man. Sorry, that one was me. And he was struck off the medical register, making him no longer able to practice medicine, and officially not a doctor, so whenever someone calls him a doctor in videos now, they're making a mistake. Look, I don't want to single this guy out, but you don't put doctor in his name. He's not a doctor now. Even in the documentary he made about himself in 2016, he can't put doctor in front of his name. He has to put MBBS. Well, we know he's at least one kind of BS, if you know what I'm saying. To quote the council's charges, he showed callous disregard for any distress or pain the children might suffer. That same year, The Lancet finally formally retracted the original study. According to The Lancet's editor, Richard Horton, it was utterly clear, without any ambiguity at all, the statements in the paper were utterly false. Well done, Richard. Here's a round of applause for you. Better too late than never, I guess. That's not really an expression, is it? The conclusion of the inquiry is protested by Wakefield's remaining supporters.
We're with Wakefield! We're with Wakefield!
While a news crew attempts to interview one of his critics, one of his supporters attempts to shout him down and make sure he can't say anything, while another off-screen holds up a book insisting it is they who are being silenced. The irony is, apparently, lost on them. Wakefield appeared before his flock to say this was all completely unjust.
And I invite anyone to examine the contents of these proceedings and come to their own conclusions.
I think we just did. Buddy. Wakefield did lose a lot of his popularity when the extent of his abuse and fraud was made known, but he still had a few dedicated fans, often the parents of autistic children who'd followed him so far that they refused to accept what he did. To Wakefield, these desperate people are the perfect market. I suspect the main reason he turned up in the last few days of his hearing was to advertise the book he'd written all about it on national TV. The book alleges that the medical council hearings are just trying to crush him to protect vaccines. He titled the book Callous Disregard after one of the council's comments about him. It's trying to be an ironic reference, like he's accusing mainstream medicine of callously disregarding the victims of MMR, but I don't think he considered the implications of quoting a doctor pointing out he abused children on the cover of a book with a big picture of his face on it. It's a real if I did it situation. Also in the dedication he thanks his long-suffering wife, who's with him here on the cover. She's not his wife anymore though. I guess she suffered enough, and like separate vaccines before it, Wakefield made sure to recommend his book in every interview he got.
These numbers, the dates were all fabricated to sort of make a case.
Dr. Gupta, please, I urge you, go and read my book. You will understand it. Many people don't.
It's very funny watching him try to sell his merchandise now that everyone knows he's a fraud.
If you read my book, you will be able to read the truth. And has the BMJ read my book? Have the doctors who apparently looked at all the records read my book? No, because the truth is in that book.
Well, sir, I've read Brian Deere's report, which is incredibly extensive. Sir, I'm not here to let you pitch your book. I'm here to have you answer questions.
If you read the record that I have set out in the book, you will see the truth.
But sir, if you're lying, then your book is also a lie.
Wakefield's defense against Brian Deere's allegations, now that suing him to shut him up has failed disastrously, is to say Deere is a hitman paid by vaccine manufacturers to ruin his career.
He is a hitman. He's been brought in to take me down because they are very, very concerned about the adverse reactions to vaccines that are occurring in children.
Wait a minute, sir. Let me just stop you right there. You say he's a hitman and he's been brought in by they. Who is they? Who is he a hitman for? This is an independent journalist who's won many awards.
Yeah, he's And he's, who brought this man in? Who is paying this man? I don't know.
Who is behind Brian Deer's reporting? Follow the money. Also, buy my book, please.
Wakefield went on to claim later in the interview that you're being paid by the Association of British Pharmaceutical Industries, are you?
No, I'm not.
In 2011, New York Times Magazine staff writer Susan
Damn it. Go back.
Dominus caught up with Wakefield, though Wakefield presents himself to her as someone whose career was destroyed for going against the dogma that vaccines are safe. Dominus is careful to point out that he does this while signing copies of his book for an enormous line of loyal followers, one of whom is a tearful mother who blames herself for not preventing her child's autism. At the time the article was written, Wakefield lived in a beautiful house in a reclusive and expensive neighborhood in Austin, Texas, surrounded by many acres of hills and forest.
You can almost believe you're in Tuscany,
he says of the view from his back deck. The book made him a decent amount of money, as have his many paid speaking engagements at anti-vaccine conferences, where he's lauded as the celebrity who got the movement started. There's the hundreds of thousands of pounds he got paid to do the study, of course, and the multiple documentaries about him and his life can't have been too shabby for him. It's genuinely shocking how obviously he's just grifting anti-vaccine people for as much money as he can. His 2016 film, Vaxxed, is available at a discount on his website if you buy it in a pack of 10. Give a copy to your local legislators, educators, and medical professionals. Wakefield wants his followers to pay him to do advertising for him. When I look back at footage of the last day of Wakefield's hearing, I'm inevitably looking back at myself 10 years ago when I saw the same footage live on TV. At the time, I saw these people as Wakefield's defenders, but in a way, they were also his victims. For a decade now, since I was a teenager, I've been thinking about this woman with the sign saying, "Don't stifle uncomfortable science." I remember I first noticed her because I saw her and thought, wait, is she wearing a Playboy scarf? Surely the most uncomfortable thing for these people here must be the possibility the man they're here to defend has lied to them for money. For someone who'd sided with Wakefield during the scare, accepting that he had lied would mean taking on some of the guilt for helping to spread it. One of the worst things about Wakefield's actions is he's made these people complicit. Maybe Wakefield actually cares about these people, maybe not. But either way, their money spends just the same. I wonder how many of these people bought his books or his documentaries. I wonder if any of them stop and think about how they've made him rich. Some of these people are extremely vulnerable, parents of children with disabilities, some of which require full-time care, who fell for Wakefield because he was offering them an explanation for why these things happen. It brings me no joy to tell you, they paid for this view.
We're with Wakefield. We're with Wakefield. We're with Wakefield. We're with Wakefield.
At the end of all this, I ask the eternal question asked of every major fraudster in history. How could someone do all this? Cause all this fear and doubt that has led to real, tangible harm against your fellow human beings? Why would someone do that? Money, thank you for watching. There's probably a lot of people you could blame for anti-vaccine beliefs getting as far as they have. The anxieties people have right now didn't come from nowhere. Wakefield's legacy is built into the very DNA of modern vaccine hesitancy. Or the RNA, am I right? Nice one, Kat. It's very clever. Whenever you try to trace a trend of skepticism about vaccines far enough, it almost always leads back to the fear and anxiety that started in 1998 and the men behind it. Take, for example, Bill Maher. Maher is a proponent of the possible link between vaccines and autism, and frequently has anti-vaccine activists on his show. Granted, he also has people on who think that's ridiculous, so that's kind of like being fair and balanced. His general stance is that vaccines can be good, but he doesn't really go for them because he's got a better idea.
I am not a germ theory denier. I understand that germs and viruses cause diseases. I may have been a little cocky about it because I discovered from firsthand experience that I could stave them off better with proper nutrition.
If your child dies of measles, it's because he didn't eat his vegetables. Bubonic plague? Skip a trip to McDonald's, sheeple! Throughout the years, Bill has repeated over and over his distrust of vaccines and the possible side effects they might pose. I've tried to find an example of him citing a source or giving some kind of data, but no, it's always this general sense that people think something might be wrong.
There's all these parents who say, I had a normal child, got the vaccine. This story keeps coming up.
Lots of parents are saying stuff, and that's basically evidence. And of course, there's the old standout, lots of people feel like me.
I was attacked for saying we should look into this, and I don't believe in it, and lots of people feel the same way.
I've heard a lot of stuff about feelings being more important than facts, so this is basically science, right?
Bill, you having us on the show and rehashing all these problems you got yourself into on your last show, it's like going on a date and talking about your ex-wife.
If an intellectual titan like Bill Maher thinks vaccines might be dangerous, he must believe it for a good reason. I did a lot of digging on this, and I found a time when he made a concrete scientific claim about vaccines. In 2005, he was interviewed on Larry King Live. This isn't footage of that interview, I couldn't find footage of this one, but there is a transcript on the CNN website. During this interview, they discussed the flu shot, which King had been taking for 25 years. Maher tells him the best defense against disease is to have a strong immune system. I guess that's where the proper nutrition comes in, and says that the flu shot is actually bad for your immune system. He cites a strong distrust of what he calls Western medicine, which is a bit of a Eurocentric misnomer. A lot of non-Western countries develop vaccines and other modern medicine, you know? Whatever, he doesn't care. The conversation then turns to the avian flu, which was a real concern at the time. Bill states that he's not worried about bird flu and gives a fascinatingly vague list of reasons why. First of all, it's not going to happen, which was a very clever insight, right up until something like that really did happen. That's why people were worried about it, Bill. Second of all, the fact it is mutating shows that if you did come up with a vaccine tomorrow, it wouldn't be effective against the disease when the disease comes, because the disease is always morphing and mutating. Bill is such a good public speaker. The fact that vaccines actually help stop the disease from spreading...
That's not how vaccination works, Bill. Okay. Maybe I should send you some evidence. You might want to read it.
And therefore developing those mutations in the first place is lost on him. Well, it was, but he got vaccinated for COVID-19, so clearly he sees the value now. This is attached to an announcement that he got the virus, so this week's show has to be cancelled. Apparently he's asymptomatic and feels fine, so I guess vaccines are pretty good, aren't they? Considering how at-risk unvaccinated 65-year-olds are for this virus, I'm really glad he got vaccinated for his sake. But they should probably just cancel his show completely. I mean, we don't want to risk losing a national treasure. The reality is, a lot of pseudo-libertarian skepticism about Western medicine instantly falls apart the second it has to interact with reality, where people really do die of diseases. For example, the man he is speaking to. Larry King passed away this year of complications from COVID-19. Anyway, Maher tells King that vaccines are just a trick to get money. It's just a way to funnel money into the pharmaceutical companies. Follow the money. You'll find out where the bird flu is. If bird flu had got bad enough, you can guarantee Maher would have paid top dollar for the vaccine. Anyway, the discussion goes downhill even further for Maher when King points out that vaccines are great, and polio was virtually eradicated thanks to vaccination. Bill gives this beautiful reply. Yes, but, you know, there are many books out that will, and I'm not well enough versed on it to talk about it, that will indicate that there are other reasons why it was. And a lot of diseases that have been, they say, whoa, this was eliminated because of a vaccine, they find out, well, no, actually, the country got toilets, and that's what happened. I think Bill really does a good job of summing up a lot of people's beliefs about vaccination here. Maher thinks it's smart to be skeptical about vaccines, right up until there's consequences for himself, of course, but his explanations are all unfounded and unscientific. The best he can say is there's probably books out there that prove he's right, maybe, but he's not read them. This isn't skepticism. This is ignorance trying to sound like skepticism. To bring it all full circle, it seems like Bill's beliefs about vaccines are really based on that big scare that started in the late 90s. After all, the only factoid he seems to ever be able to remember is that lots of parents said they were bad that one time. And that's not even a fact, that's some opinions he remembers. I'd joke that it's a pity they don't make a vaccine for confirmation bias, but he wouldn't have got it, would he? There is, however, one time in this old interview interview where he really does attempt to make a scientific claim. He tells Larry that if you get the flu shot more than 5 years in a row, it tenfold increases the risk of getting Alzheimer's. That's a really specific thing to say. Maybe by checking this claim out, we can figure out who he's getting his beliefs from. I looked, and there are actually studies on the impact of vaccination on rates of Alzheimer's. The risk of Alzheimer's goes down. Okay, so this clearly isn't his source. I did some more digging though, and I found that in 1997, at a vaccine conference, in one guy's presentation, he said that a scientist had found that this happens. There's no study cited here, but that's at least a source for Bill's claims. Let's check the doctor's papers and see if we can find out for ourselves. Wait a second, I blurred the scientist's name out by accident. Let me fix that. Dr. Hugh Fudenberg? No matter how you look at it, a vast majority of anti-vaccine rhetoric and pseudoscience can be traced directly back to these two guys. According to a survey of US healthcare professionals in 2016, 77% of parents refusing vaccination for their children still cite a fear of a link with autism. When people refuse medicine for their children, they largely point to the hazy memory of the scare Wakefield started for money. So yeah, it's pretty important to point out they both lost their medical licenses and their science was garbage. And despite being an obvious hack fraud con man, Wakefield is still embraced by the anti-vaccine community. Wakefield was a guest of honor at Conspiracy, the week-long cruise for all kinds of conspiracy theorists, where believers of all stripes gather to share their theories about climate change, the Earth being flat, time travelers, and horses being real. The kind of funny thing is, Wakefield himself seems pretty embarrassed by this. A skeptic who went on the cruise noted how unhappy he looked with the implication of being a hero to a community that absolutely loves complete quacks.
The story of my life is basically how to take a perfectly good career and flush it down the toilet.
Luckily for Wakefield, the toilet is full of money, and all he has to do to get it is lean further and further away from science and deeper into this culture. He's had to pivot to saying all vaccines are dangerous because his new anti-vaccine audience aren't very receptive to the old claim that I'm not anti-vaccine, just one vaccine is dangerous and I recommend mine instead. I don't think these people would buy a 10-pack of that story. And of course, in the middle of the pandemic that is currently happening, Wakefield emerged from his mansion to remind everyone that a virus that has so far killed over 3 million people is better than being vaccinated against it.
As Nelson Mandela said at his trial, there are ideals worth dying for.
Presumably of COVID-19.
I don't want to get too dramatic, but better to die as a free man than live as a slave! I don't think that was too dramatic, do you?
The fact the movement he started is still based almost completely on his lies is pretty important to point out. And, in fact, it's useful to point it out, because despite how it might look, the truth can be a powerful thing. Once Wakefield got chased out to America and had his medical license taken away, vaccination rates in the UK recovered. I love this because you can basically see the effects of Brian Deer's reporting on a graph. Like, the scare starts and it gets worse and worse and worse, and then Brian Deer's reporting comes out and bam, it's on its way back up. Like, the truth does make a difference. And then, when Wakefield's license was taken away, we went right back up to pre-scare levels. Of course, getting chased out to America meant he started peddling his lies in America, so sorry about that, but it does seem pretty clear that the truth helps people make up their minds about this stuff. Fascinatingly, a lot of Britain seems to remember the MMR scare and the revelation that it was based on lies, and learned a lesson about vaccine alarmism. According to polls of global willingness to take the COVID-19 vaccine, other countries start relatively low, perhaps dimly remembering some people saying vaccines are bad. Then acceptance grows as it becomes increasingly clear the new vaccines are safe. Wait, where's the UK? Well boys, we're just chilling up here. We've been through this before, you see. That's my British accent. It seems like our past experience with bullshit vaccine scares has inoculated us against future ones. Kat wrote that line. I didn't find the one weird trick doctors hate to deconverting people from being against vaccines and changing their minds or anything here. All we've really discovered is that if you lay the whole story out like this,
People can do a good job of making up their own minds. The actual scientific community works very hard to be receptive to potential side effects. When even the potential possibility of one of the vaccines having side effects came up, the FDA and the CDC briefly recommended not getting it for a while, until later when they checked and were sure it was fine. Vaccine safety is taken extremely seriously by medical scientists and doctors, for obvious reasons. Actually, here's a fun example of how stringent the community is about vaccines. Wakefield's alternative vaccine was based on such bad science, it would never have made it out of clinical trials. The medical work behind it was awful. I mean, one of its authors' names is spelled wrong on page 1. The science on the following pages is roughly what you'd expect from something like that. I think I might actually make a bonus video for patrons just covering this vaccine patent, because it is whack. Really, Andrew Wakefield was always doomed to end up as a scam artist. He wasn't very good at the science when he was a doctor. All the coronavirus vaccines currently in use have passed tests and checks that his alternative measles vaccine would never have done. Wakefield can pretend he's not going to get the vaccine and appear at health freedom summits that recommend you don't get it, and instead eliminate toxins with only affordable products and cooking hacks. But I certainly hope for his sake that he just gets the vaccine in secret, because otherwise the next cruise is going to have a fucking body count. There is another way the truth can change people's minds. Living proof. If someone thinks the coronavirus vaccines might be dangerous, one of the best ways to help seems to be people around them getting it and showing them how it's fine. In early polls, before a vaccine was out, a lot of people in the USA claimed they were going to hold off until they were sure it was safe, which is a pretty risky decision considering the danger of the virus versus any possible side effects of the vaccine. Like, a third of people who get infected, even if it's minor, are left with long-term complications. Like, long-distance runners are left unable to climb stairs without getting out of breath, people have lost eyesight, people have lost teeth, and of course, a lot of people have died of the disease. But over time, as more and more people did get the vaccine, that by itself changed a lot of minds. The truth is, it was easy in 2020 to have your doubts about a theoretical vaccine that no one had yet. But now, when half the people around you already have it, and they're obviously fine, it's a whole lot harder to have those doubts. Over time, the people waiting and seeing seem to have decided they've seen enough, and they want what those guys are having. So this is my call to action in case anyone needs it. You should get a COVID vaccine if you can. You know, get one while you're there for your colonoscopy. The vaccine makes life safer for you and reduces the possibility of passing the virus to someone more vulnerable, so you won't have that on your conscience either. I know having a conscience is virtue signaling now, but still, it's a nice bonus. And on top of that, if there are people in your life who could be at risk, who need convincing of the vaccine's safety, you could be the evidence they need. It's amazing how compelling seeing other people get vaccinated can be. There is, sadly, one concerning thing about the data. There are some people who started out saying no to vaccination and have largely stayed that way. Maybe some of them will budge as more and more people get vaccinated, but there's probably a group who are so distrustful of vaccines because of everything we've discussed so far that they can't have their minds changed even by the hundreds of millions of obviously completely safely vaccinated people all around them. People can invest a lot of ego and pride in not accepting evidence that contradicts their beliefs about the world. And it really doesn't help that there are hundreds of people exactly like Andrew Wakefield who are ready to tell them everything they believe is already true, and they just need to buy their supplements or DVDs or cooking hacks and enable people to convince themselves that they don't need to do any more thinking. For a small fee, of course. Ah, come on though, comparing Wakefield to Alex Jones, that's a bit much. There's no way Wakefield would stoop to... Have you learned nothing?
Good to have you here with us. It's great to be here, Alex. Thank you very much.
Changing these people's minds really should be their job, and it's nobody else's fault that they're struggling with it. But I think the future of this kind of discussion resides in finding more compelling ways of communicating the truth to people who aren't used to hearing it. I hope in some way this video has helped. In the meantime, while we figure out how to convince people who seem committed to being never convinced, at least the vaccine intended for them can go to someone who's sure they want it.
Specifically, me. Please send me their vaccine. I was glad they were testing it on the old people first, but it's been months now and I want it. I want to go outside. Be able to go outside. I want to pretend I shop at Waitrose again. I want to use my free football tickets. I want to taunt my former hairdresser with how useless she is to me now, and threaten to turn her building back into a research foundation. Give me the vaccine, doctor. Hell, give me all of them. Let me combine their power. Soon I will be unstoppable. It's easy to get depressed and begin to believe that you're basically locked in a room with thousands of fucking idiots who are just willing to say stupid shit constantly, just committed to just being wrong. But actually, the more I think about it, I'm actually locked in a planet with millions of people who do know better than these people, but they're just so busy being depressed like me at them. Maybe the answer here is that we just need to accept that we should put the depression energy into making a difference, into changing the minds of the people who can be, and into doing what we can to improve the state of our world around these people. And just let them be mad, and let them continue to be stupid, but in a world where their kids won't die of polio because we got rid of it for them. Good for them. Ignorant little wankers. Because maybe the hard thing to do when we're confronted by the scope of these problems is accept that we really can do something about it. No matter how hopeless things may seem, the world always can get better. And maybe together, someday, we can invent a way of cleaning up this fucking mess in my mum's in my garage. Hey, thank you for watching. That was pretty good, wasn't it? I managed to avoid getting too preachy at the end there. I'd like to thank my patrons whose names are scrolling past the screen right now. You guys literally keep the lights on. I'd like to thank the sensitivity reader who took a look at some of the segments and made sure that we were using the appropriate language when we were talking about autism. I'd also really like to thank Brian Deere, who's basically a superhero. He's the guy who found out most of this stuff, really saved the day, and just thank you so much, man. And also, while we were making this video, Brian Deere released a book about the whole thing. Deere's book, The Doctor Who Fooled the World, is basically the most definitive source on Andrew Wakefield and all the damage he did. I literally cannot recommend it enough if the topic interests you at all. Deere is by far the most knowledgeable person on everything that happened. I mean, he's the guy who discovered most of it himself through actual decades of investigative reporting. I had no idea he was doing a book until it came out when I was writing this video, and we just barely scratched the surface of the stuff he covers. There's a link to his site in the description, and it's not an affiliate link or anything. We're not being paid to do this. I've decided he deserves your money. I want him to be able to chart the release of this video on a graph of his sales figures. That's my personal fantasy. Tell him HBomb says hi. If you want to know more about this whole topic, or just check out Brian Deere's honestly heroic reporting, you should really go read his book and go to briandeere.com because it survived the lawsuit and there's some great stuff there. So thanks to Kat for doing all of that additional research and for co-writing a lot of these segments and just generally fact-checking me. I got a lot of facts wrong. And I'd like to thank my intern Rachel, who did great work with the camera. Don't do that. Oh wow, there are more credits. Oh my god. Thank you so much for being so patient with this video. I'm actually surprised we got it done so quickly, to be honest. We had a whole production, like we had to work with fact checkers, lawyers in 2 different countries to make sure we couldn't get sued for anything we were saying about these people. Because, you know, you might have noticed some of the characters in the story are litigious. We conferred with vaccine experts, doctors, science communicators, medical researchers, sensitivity readers, animators. You know, someone had to draw the internal anatomy for that one thing. I made an award-winning cartoonist for The New Yorker spend hours of her life drawing the courtroom from Phoenix Wright for a joke that went by in like 10 seconds. Sorry about that, by the way. And my poor long-suffering producer, Kat, had to coordinate most of this for me because I was busy editing the actual video. And thank you to my patrons for watching an early draft of this and giving me feedback. It turns out a bunch of people who watch my videos are like scientists, so we got some really good notes from them. All in all, I'm pretty happy with how this video turned out, so yeah, that's nice. That said, I'm never putting this much effort into a video again. Forget it.
I'm sure he goes back on that.
Can you believe that Brian David Gilbert did voices in this video? That's great. It's amazing. He sent me just video footage of him dressed as Andrew Wakefield. I didn't ask for him to do that. He just sent that to me. Like, what a cool guy. That was great.
So the Victoria line can carry
Oh, no description. Political custard. Okay.
£60,000 a year, nobody has any sympathy. It's the easiest job in the world being a train driver.
Is it? You've ever done it then, James? You drove a train. Have you drove a train?
It's amazing if you ever see any of the James Whale show, the amount of times he decides to cut a guest off or ask them to leave the studio. I know it's all theatrics and creates clickbait, but the upshot or downside to this, whichever position you decide to look at it from, is how it makes James look ignorant and weak, unable to argue his points of view that he seems so wedded to.
No pickles. Hello, Durgesh. Welcome. Welcome. Fantastic. Welcome in, people. We just finished watching HBomber Guy's videos about the MMR vaccine and autism scare from not a doctor. Not even going to mention his name anymore. It's not worth it. Yes, he is. And putting on a posh British accent. He didn't need to do that. We know he's British. Yes, he is always funny. Thank you, Pickles, for coming in. It's good to see you all. Oh God! Right before we get to James Whale, I'll go and start my wash. Jester, hello. I'll be back in a minute, people. Let's shut myself up. Oh, God. I'll go back to 23 seconds. Go.
60 grand a year, nobody has any sympathy. It's the easiest job in the world being a train driver.
Is it?
So,
You've ever done it then, James? You drove a train. Have you drove a train?
It's amazing if you ever see any of the James Welsh show, the amount of times he decides to cut a guest off or ask them to leave the studio. I know it's all theatrics and creates clickbait, but the upshot or downside to this, whichever position you decide to look at it from, is how it makes James look ignorant and weak, unable to argue his points of view that he seems so wedded to, out of his depth. He simply cuts the interview short. Here, though, with ex-RMT union boss Steve Headley, he gets more than he bargained for.
I actually have sat in and driven one.
You sat in a train, you haven't drove one.
They wouldn't let me. You don't need to
it's
do anything.
It's the easiest job in the world and you've never done it.
Easier, you can laugh as much as
it's
you
the
like.
easiest job in the world.
It must be easy.
They do it every day.
You don't even need a driver. And all you do is hold the public.
Need a driver.
You don't. All the public, you're holding them to hostage at the moment.
There we go. Cliches. James, I've known you 20 years and you haven't changed your cliches.
It's not a cliche.
The government are holding.
They haven't got any money. The government have not got any money.
They've got plenty of money for wars. They've got plenty of money to give Ukraine. They've got plenty of money to give Israel.
Okay, buckle up. Once Steve starts talking about Palestine and Israel, it's clear James and his stupid sidekick struggle to keep up with him, inevitably leading James to cut the interview short.
They could sell an arms to Israel. There you are.
Stupid, Steve. Are you completely nuts? I mean, you come in here dressed in a scarf with a
Palestinian scarf.
Do you actually really support the Palestinians?
Absolutely.
You think that's a really...
What about Hamas? What about Hamas?
I defend the Palestinians' right to defend themselves.
Yeah.
Do you say Hamas it was a resistance?
Sorry, I believe the Israeli government are a fascist government. I believe the Israeli government are a terrorist government.
It's a democratic government,
hang on.
It's a democracy.
So that's the case. Hitler was
elected,
so he's democratic, is he?
This is not on. Well, you want to talk rubbish? Go and talk to the BBC or some other.
But what do you think about the Hamas?
What about free speech?
Was Hamas a legitimate?
You've got free speech.
Bloody hell! I forgot how odious James Swale is. Dear God. Ugh. This is GB News he's on, isn't it? Or is it Talk? I can't remember. Crap. The only time I've ever seen him is when Helena's covered him. When he said stupid idiots on. Talking absolute nonsense.
Some action.
You're saying it, but I don't need to listen
what
to
I'm
your
saying to you
report.
is that I condemn terrorism, whether it comes from Hamas or from the Israeli government.
Right, so it has come from Hamas, but not from Israel. That's a war, isn't it?
Of course it has.
Well, no, that's defending themselves, isn't it?
Because it's an occupied people.
Well, it is now. It wasn't in 2005.
It can't be self-defense.
They're not occupied.
It wasn't in 2005.
They've been occupied since 1947 when they drove the Palestinians off their land.
You want to look at your history books. 2005, they all left.
1947 is when the Nakba happened. I've never met.
It's still a fucking occupation. God damn it, these people irritate me. Just because there's no any... Well, there is troops in there now, obviously. But it is an occupation. They are an occupation force. You pair of idiots. Christ's sake. Why do we listen to these people? What's their viewership like?
Okay, quiet people in my life. Quiet. I don't want you in here anymore, Steve, because you are supporting the enemies of this country.
So you're throwing me out, James, because you the defender of free speech, are throwing me out.
You've had free speech, but I don't have to allow you to carry on. You, the defender of free speech, are throwing me out. I am defending the freedom of this country. I don't need... If we're at war, as we soon are going to be, you won't be...
Who are with the Palestinian children who you're murdering in their thousands?
Do you support the 7 bombers then? Because they did that for the Palestinians. Well, why not? They did that for the Palestinian people. Do you support the Borough Market stabbings?
Do you support 30,000 dead people, civilians?
Well, yeah, it's collateral damage. It's a legal war. It's the lowest amount of collateral damage ever.
Genocide.
It's not genocide, is it? It's not genocide, is it? 25,000 people out of 2 million is not genocide.
Just hang on a moment.
Go to your history books,
it's deliberately harming in part or in full.
Ash is Jewish, and what you're saying to him is
that doesn't matter if I'm Jewish, but it's not genocide, is it? It's irrelevant anyway, but it's not genocide.
It's not about being Jewish, it's about being a Zionist.
What is a Zionist?
A Zionist.
Should the Jews not have a homeland then?
Why didn't the
Jews not have a homeland?
Why didn't they have one in Bavaria? It was the Germans that had the Holocaust, not the Palestinians.
So what
was Israel never the homeland of the Jews?
Not in occupied Palestine, no.
It was. I don't want him on the show.
That's why they find old Jewish texts from 3,000 years ago.
They occupied Palestine.
Don't want that either.
They occupied Palestine.
Most of them come from the Arab countries that were expelled.
They ransom ever since.
Most of them were expelled from the Arab countries, most of Israel.
No, that's not true.
55%.
Can you be quiet? Seriously, can you be quiet?
The Arab countries actually gave the Jews refuge when the Holocaust was happening. How about that?
They were on the Nazi side. You don't know your history.
You don't know your history.
I don't know what he says. I'm executive producer.
Are you arguing that the Nakba took place? The United Nations recognised that the Nakba took place.
You're talking rubbish.
The United Nations recognised that the Nakba took place.
I'm trying to kick him out. What do you want me to do?
Is the UN? Is this the UN that were on the Hamas attack? Is this the UN that are totally bent and corrupt organisations? Do you mean that UN?
To investigate genocide.
Yeah.
This young lady is showing you out.
This young lady is showing you out.
The Israeli government are now being brought before the world because everyone has recognised that there was a genocide going on.
This is what worries me.
We're not talking rubbish.
You are, you say.
The Palestinian people are an occupied people and they've got a right to defend themselves.
No.
They weren't in 2005. They were totally free in 2005.
Hamas didn't exist in 1947 when you started occupying their land. Hamas didn't exist. We have Netanyahu making the same statements about Hamas that he did about the PLO.
They're very similar. Very similar. Same thing. Terrorists.
Oh, really?
Same thing.
Yeah. Your state's a terrorist state, isn't it, Ash? That's the reality.
No.
Britain's a terrorist state. America's a terrorist state. And Israel is a terrorist state. This is the reality of it. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Well, it's not a terrorist state, is it?
It's a terrorist state. Right, James, you're trying to assault me, James. You're trying to assault me, James.
I'm an old man with cancer.
Well, James, don't please.
Well, do what I ask and go.
I'm not going to go. And you won't be able to remove me, James. So please don't.
Why? What are you going to do?
I'm making a statement. I'm making a statement here for Palestine.
A statement of rubbish. She's talking rubbish.
Take your book and go out and support Palestine. I know you want to hit me.
I'm not going to hit you,
no,
James.
You're not. You're absolutely right.
Not at all.
You equate Hamas with Israel.
You're a silly little man.
Well,
you're a silly little man.
A
genocide enabler. A genocide enabler, James.
You talk crap. That's
all you can spout.
All you can spout is that crap, isn't it? Genocide and that. From the river to the sea.
Click here for Steve Headley versus Julia Haitley Brewer.
Thanks for that, Scribby. Christ, what a mess. Kev. Let's go and find the lovely Kev Logan 1875. I missed a stream earlier on. I was feeling like crap. Where are you, Kev? Kev! Hello, Kev. I take on the manosphere alt-right, anti-feminist, anti-social justice fuckballs of the world, with the occasional Kev video thrown in for good measure. Ain't that the truth? Thank you, Kev. $2 hours. Woohoo! Kevin Christie.
Hello there, hello there, hello there, my little chickens. How are we all?
Cluck, cluck, cluck.
True. As opposed to gluck, 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 of course, which is a different thing. Yeah, it's happy hour and that. You know the score. You know the fucking score. I'm Kev. Boring and not intellectual. And joining me as ever, it's the boring intellectual.
Yeah, the boring non-intellectual and the boring intellectual.
Yeah.
We're quite the couple. We're
The,
the power.
the General, Dr. Christy Winters.
General. It's been a while since I got called that.
Yeah, no, I'm bringing it back.
Yeah, like sexy.
Well, the sexy never went away, Christy.
Back.
True.
Stop it.
Get some help. Christy, how have you been?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm still grieving. Every time I look at anything that happens in the States, it's like a knife to the guts.
Stop it.
And it's not even like I'm
help.
not even directly affected. I can't even imagine. I don't know if you saw.
Christy, don't grieve for the deep state, okay? Don't grieve for the swamp.
No. Did you see the well? Today is, I don't know all the things that were awful that happened, but one of the horrible things that I learned today is that as soon as Trump gets into office, he is going to discharge 15,000 trans military service members.
Of course he is.
You say that like it's okay.
No, it's not okay. It's absolutely expected.
He didn't do it last time. You know.
Well, no, but he did.
Well,
hang on, no, because it was.
Fuck.
It was still illegal, wasn't it, to be in the military if you.
God damn it. Wait.
Wasn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Well, something like that.
Yeah.
Either way,
So-
the trans thing has become their touchstone bullshit.
Well, they're really happy now because it used to be gay people that they could bully like this.
Yeah.
And now they get to be completely awful shitheads, like absolutely monsters, absolute monsters to trans people for no reason other than they need someone to bully. And I'm not even personally affected by it, and it makes me want to cry. You know, like every time I see a headline, I just feel so defeated. I hate it.
And Trump isn't it's not even like he genuinely believes in any of this
No.
shit. Because he literally said when he was running in 2016 that Caitlyn Jenner could use any of the toilets she liked in Trump Towers, right?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
he doesn't believe in any of this shit.
Nope, exactly.
It's mad.
But, you know, like the Attorney General of Oklahoma filmed himself saying a prayer and he's going to defund schools that don't show his video.
Yeah, that's honestly, it's mad. And look, has it ever been more nakedly oligarchic than the fact that Elon Musk just lives with the president now?
Yeah. Yeah. And he's talking about buying MSNBC and putting Alex Jones on Rachel Maddow. It's just like they want to completely absorb all the media so that there's no dissent whatsoever.
Fuck, that's terrifying. Just no. Don't do that. How much would it be to buy MSNBC anyway? Billions, I would assume. Don't get me wrong, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that Rachel Maddow press to her reports on and stuff, so but I guess she's okay. Better than some of them, obviously.
It's evolved. I mean, it's not even started yet.
If it makes you feel any better, Christy, he's not just fucking America. He's trying to fuck Britain today as well.
Yeah, I saw. And if anything, makes me support Labour.
Yeah, no, he makes me feel sorry for Keir Starmer, which is honestly, Elon, you are a fucking monster. Yeah, he's backed this obviously AstroTurf to fuck petition. On the official government
that
website.
one where they want to have another.
They want to have another election for 4 months after the last one.
Fuck off.
Amazing. Yeah, with most of the signatures seem to be from Botswana.
Bots? Yeah.
Yeah, or so you're basically not from Britain, and not because the people are actually legitimate, but because they're using a VPN bot farm thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely
Oh,
ridiculous.
and someone on Threads today was like, "Oh, I went on X today, and the first 5 messages were from Elon Musk, even though I blocked him." Like, where the fuck are you still on X? Like, don't come over to Threads and complain about the fascist website and that its narcissistic owner is using it as his personal broadcast system now. We already fucking knew that.
To be fair, I only use it to like
Don't be fair.
to message.
I keep on meaning to say to Kev, I think, is Helena still on it as well? Yeah. I'm not on it. I'm going nowhere near it. I'm not. I left years ago when it was starting to go downhill. Christ, how long has it been? The only reason I wasn't using it to tweet or to check anything. The only reason I kept using it is for my DMs, so I could talk to friends outside of the UK, essentially. Everyone else I've always got through Messenger. But there was a few lovely Americans who are funny enough, moved over here. So that was the only reason. So it's gone now. I've binned it. Fuck off, Elon. I urge everyone to move over to either Blue Sky or Threads and bin Twitter. Just get rid of it. It's a hellscape.
You have to be fair.
Well, no, but like it's a situation of political importance. What this fucking weird, disgusting creature is saying and doing.
Yeah, other people watch it. You don't need to go. I mean, other people report on it. You don't need to like. But I mean, to go on X or go on Threads and be like, look, the 5 first messages are from Elon Musk. Like, yeah, we fucking know. That's why we're not there.
Well, you know that. Does everyone else know that? You forget, Christy, that you and I are the freaks here. You and I watch this shit daily.
Someone actually took a video on his phone, like recorded his screen. He went to X and it pulled up an Elon Musk tweet, so he refreshed it and it pulled up a different Elon Musk tweet and he refreshed it and it put, so it was just nothing at the top of his feed except different things by Elon Musk.
True.
The guy for free speech, remember? He was going to be about how it needed to be a neutral platform so that all voices were welcome.
Well, if it helps you out, it's dying, so let's
absolutely
just watch it die, yeah.
Yeah, it's becoming the next Gab. They're already starting to like try to show up on Blue Sky.
Well, exactly.
End wokeness and TikTok's libs of whatever like got banned from Blue Sky within literally minutes.
Well, that's the thing, because their only political existence revolves around being a cunt to other people.
Yeah,
that's literally it. That's all they believe in.
Owning the libs is their political activism.
So they drive a situation into the ground, and then just like a fucking cancer. They need another host to feed off.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, like parasites. Yeah.
We were on a hype train. I didn't even know. The hype train happened and has now subsequently ended. But thank you to Dell, Seamstress Dragon, Kimberly for resubscribing. Much love to you all. Don't forget you can give me money in the various ways on both Twitch and on the YouTubes. Christy.
Kevin.
You're back.
I'm bringing sexy back.
That's the second reference to that song, and I am not appreciating it.
Who's that? Oh, Pete and Baz.
Let's fucking go.
Excellent. They're still alive. It's always a
I know, exactly. It's a twofer. You get a new song, and you're reassured that they're not dead.
Yeah, so, Like, oh, phew, at least they're still around. Slap the stick. Okay.
I slap the stick they run, cause the teeth on the puppy sing big when I poke it. Roll up a big spliff, then I spoke it. Brand new whip looks slick when I poke it. When I step in the room, they wanna dance, cause the lab motherfucker gets rolled in the carpet. I look and feel good, get paid, cause the fella's got the best damn gear in the movie. Talk smack, get flung in the boot, I pulled up. Short stare with a couple of goons, stepping in. Tools out and they're ready to shoot, his gloves up. Mask down when they're grabbing the loot, I just push start and the king in the clutch, I can't stop. Bark up, little bit of the puff, big things in the trunk with a big up truck, a free ride to the mall.
It's got such flow. It's fucking mental.
Like all the consonants they're squeezing into these lines.
That's mental. They're crusty old white dudes. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, they got some crispy lines. They got some crispy bars they're dropping on us.
True.
Yeah.
Eyes closed when I'm banging in Nina. The bird sings well, so I call it Simone. I got 3 thick women in a bag in the trainer, cause a man really doesn't want to do it alone. Hey, red dots on the top of the Magnum. The magazine's hanging at the back of my jeans. All them up. PK got me dripping in platinum. If his hands on the face and it's time to squeeze. I slap the stick they run, cause the teeth on the puppy sing big when I poke it. Roll up a big spliff and I smoke it. Brand new whip looks slick when I poke it. When I step in the room, they wanna dance, cause the lab motherfucker gets rolled in the carpet. I look good, feel good, get paid, cause the fella's got the best damn gear in the moment.
We got the best damn gear in the game. These other motherfuckers ain't nearly the same. No surprise we be shipping the kilos. A quick reload and we're dealing again. Got Richard for bricks and them powders. Chop, chop, cut in the block, it takes hours. These days on the lift the finger, kick back with my feet up and puff my showers.
Fuck yeah. Can we just listen to that entire verse again? It was so fucking good. God damn.
Let's go.
Motherfucker gets rolled in the carpet. I look good, feel good, get paid, cause the fella's got the best damn gear in the moment.
We got the best damn gear in the game. These other motherfuckers ain't nearly the same. No surprise we be shipping the kilos. A quick reload and we're dealing again. Got Richard for bricks and them powders. Chop, chop, cut in the block, it takes hours. These days on the lift the finger, kick back with my feet up and puff my showers.
Cut caps in a puff, my Cuban. Get smoked like a Vanna's in the back of the bar. This machine on my hips got me acting the noses. Why I make the chucky in the back of the car? Whoa, sidestep while I break it down. Sip sake like I'm from Japan. Look women, you should grab your man, cause if he gets too close, then I'm banging him man. I slap the stick they run, cause the teeth on the puppy sing big when I poke it. Roll up a big spliff and I smoke it. Brand new whip looks slick when I poke it. When I step in the room, they wanna dance, cause the lab motherfucker gets rolled in the carpet. I look good, feel good, get paid, cause the fella's got the best damn gear in the moment.
Yes.
That's gonna be you at 70, Kev.
True. Although I don't like Hennessy. I'm just going to put it out there. I am white after all.
You are. You are one of the whitest whites out there.
True. So, having had whatever that was...
No, he isn't.
That was... It cheered me up, thank you.
Oh, I'm glad it did.
Krista,
Christy, what is this and why did you want to watch it?
Oh, actually, this was recommended from somebody in your Discord.
Don't take advice from the plebs.
I know that there was
Thanks, Kev.
in South Korea where women there were like fed the fuck up, and they had this. I don't actually know that much about it. I've only seen the 4B part of it, but it basically has to do with kind of like a feminist resistance, and trying to exert some sort of like, don't just get along to get along, go along to get along. Like, stop having sex with men because they don't deserve it. Like heterosexual men.
Oh, well, because when I heard the 4Bs movement, I thought, what badass big booty bitches? What?
Yeah, no. I mean, one of the things that I find slightly interesting about this sort of like rise of fascism is that I can see elements of the rise of like second wave feminist political lesbianism. As a reaction against shitty men. Like, men are just not worth it. Men are so terrible. Women should just stick together and become lesbians because they're awful. They're just fucking awful.
Yeah, it's political lesbianism, yeah.
Yeah, they don't call it that. I mean, I don't know what 4B is particularly, but this is, in some ways, people have been trying to appropriate 4B for America after the election, and I think this is a critique of the politics of exclusion. Yeah. So why political lesbianism didn't catch on, basically, might be. But I haven't watched it myself, so we're going to learn together.
Oh, okay. It was Seamstress Dragon, apparently, that
yes.
posted it, yes.
It was many days ago, and things have gone through and out of my brain, and so. But thank you, yes.
What type of white is Kevin? Well,
pale,
very.
Transparent?
Very, and good. I'm one of the good ones. I am. You can pick me.
Yeah, he's not a racist.
I'm not even a racist.
Yeah.
Penis ghosts aren't real and they can't hurt you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Trash and I'm here to talk to you.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I wasn't scared of penis ghosts until you mentioned the possibility of penis ghosts.
Now, that's all you can think about.
Exactly.
You about feminism. But there's a lot happening in feminism, so let's define some terms. There's multiple types of feminism, multiple branches.
True.
One of these would be intersectional feminism. Mm-hmm. This is defined by authors like bell hooks. This type of feminism examines the intersections of different factors, different identities, different situations that intersect to form different axes of oppression. Things like race, class, gender, sex. They all intersect in ways that create different types of oppression, different ways people are oppressed on various axes of their identity and their class statuses. Then there's radical feminism, and I will get into that. There's multiple types of radical feminism. Most people who identify as radical feminists today, in the modern context, also identify as TERFs, which is...
And it's so annoying, because there are lots of very, very fine radical feminists who are, like, say, Marxist feminists or something like that.
Yeah.
Which has a very noble tradition.
Old school radical feminism was gender abolitionism.
Yeah.
You know, like, let's get rid of this stupid gender shit. And now radicals today are like, your vagina makes you who you are. Like,
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, it's
No, it doesn't.
interesting with Nancy Mace and her bullshit in the US Capitol. She literally put a thing out, all dressed in pink, going, this is me embodying womanhood or some shit like that. And I thought to myself, if you imagine a trans person for a second doing that, how the TERFs would be up in arms about stereotyping all of women and blah, blah, blah. And just embarrassing. Honestly, the TERFs are not feminists and not radical.
Nope.
They're scum. Hello there, Nutcase. Sorry, muted for a moment. I'm new. Who is the other voice? The other voice is Christy Winters, who is a radical shitlib from America but lives in Germany. She's the titan of Teutonic tutelage.
I guess I'm just identifying more as an anti-fascist these days than anything else.
Oh, anti-Semite, nice.
More like Antifa than shitlib.
Oh yeah, for those who the title of this is sort of a joke. I forget which organisation it was. Put out a thing of the anti-Semites of the year.
Oops.
Which, I mean, I wasn't realised that needed an award. But anyway, and it had people like Bassem Youssef and Hassan Piker in there.
What?
So they're very serious. Not like the member of the Trump cabinet that's literally got Deus Volt tattooed on his fucking body. That's not an anti-Semite of the year. No, man who criticised Israel on internet. Anyway, so much in the same that way that when like the World Footballer of the Year awards come up, I always like do the joke, "Oh, I've been snubbed again." You know, it's that thing.
So while we're here,
go
ICC and Netanyahu.
Yeah, I mean, well, clearly there must be tunnels underneath The Hague, a tunnel complex, and a very convincing copy of Mein Kampf in Arabic that's definitely real and true, and is somehow bomb-proof. That is definitely a thing that exists. No, I mean, this is obviously a good thing. It's a disgrace to me that America isn't even signed up to the ICC.
Yeah.
Let alone the fact that they've got pre-clearance to invade the Netherlands, a NATO ally, lest we forget.
Which they might have to do if Netanyahu travels.
Yeah.
And they pick him up.
And then, of course, just in case anyone was wondering about the special relationship, you've got members of the US Senate saying that if people try and enforce this piece of legal requirement upon them under international law, they will be sanctioned. So NATO allies will be sanctioned for daring to hold
follow the law?
War criminals to account. Yeah. Amazing.
I'll just add a little bit to that. I'm doubtful now that any of the Israeli government will visit here. I don't think they will, because there is people here who will not give a fuck and try to arrest him on the streets or as he's coming into the country. They will try it. And I'm pretty sure some Jews here in the UK would do it, because this government is putting them at risk as well from the violent anti-Semites that live in this country. It's completely dystopian to me. So I don't see him or any of his cabinet coming here to the UK. Oh, don't want our government, our politicians and cabinet members, they'll probably travel to Israel. But he won't come here. Don't hold me to that, of course, but you never know. You might try to spirit him in secretly. Oh. That's just my opinion, of course. Please don't sue me.
That's yep. But I mean, good on them for actually holding him accountable for his war crimes, his crimes against humanity.
True. Literally. I mean, I didn't think I'd see the day where this was happening. It's glad.
Oh, political cluster's still there. So this one.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
George. Oh, there's there.
Oh, is that one of those places I visited maps?
No, this is places you and I cannot go.
But that looks like most countries in the world.
The International Crime Court issued arrest warrants for you and me. It obliges 124 countries to arrest us if we land on their soil.
For what?
They charge us with starvation as a method of warfare, murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts stemming from our military operations in Gaza. They also issued an arrest warrant for the Hamas military leader Mohammed Deif.
But we already announced that we killed him in an airstrike.
They approved the warrant because prosecutors weren't able to confirm his death.
We can go to the US though, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. But a lot of Europe is off limits.
At least I'm welcome here in your government.
You're not. I fired you earlier this month.
Oh, is that one of those places?
Oh my god.
I don't actually know that much about it. I've only seen the 4B part of it, but it basically has to do with kind of like a feminist resistance. And yeah.
Let alone the fact that they've got pre-clearance to invade the Netherlands, a NATO ally, lest we forget.
Which they might have to do if Netanyahu travels.
Yeah, yeah.
And they pick him up.
And then, of course, just in case anyone was wondering about the special relationship, you've got members of the US Senate saying that if people try and enforce this piece of legal requirement upon them under international law, they will be sanctioned. So NATO allies will be sanctioned for daring to hold
follow the law?
War criminals to account.
Mm.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's yep. But I mean, good on them for actually holding him accountable for his war crimes, his crimes against humanity.
True. Literally. I mean, I didn't think I'd see the day where this was happening. It's glacially slow. Like, ridiculously slow. But some semblance of justice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we went over this in the week. You as a German.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that
Almost.
I say that as an insult. You as a German. Or,
well, like, what's more insulting these days, being called British or being called German?
I mean, they're both Angloids.
True.
Or well, part of it is anyway. Just the bit of Germany that's white, according to Benjamin Franklin. Anyway, what the fuck? What's the German left doing? What is this?
I don't know what that is.
This is. I mean, we talked about this during the week. Because of, let's say...
which left? Because there's quite a lot of lefts in Germany.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is everywhere, of course. But, like, in German society, and indeed on the left,
that's quite a banner.
The anti-fascist movement, because of, let's say, historic events that took place geographically in Central Europe, doesn't want to, like, be remotely associated with anti-Semitism. So you get images like this. Antifa means solidarity with Israel.
No, it doesn't. No, not when they're doing the fascist stuff. Not when they're the far-right government.
Yeah, like
engaging in genocide. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, they're literally they're literally doing the thing. You know, when we said never again,
these 15 people.
We meant literally never again for anybody ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not
exactly.
not
just for
because this happened to
Jewish
your people. You get a freebie. No, that's not how it works.
No.
Anyway, so yeah, the Germany needs to sort itself the fuck out.
Well, those 15 people do.
Well, no, it's broader than that, Christy. It really
I
is.
know that there's a general hesitancy because of historic events, but I don't know that they're all saying Antifa needs to stand with Israel. That's not something I've.
Well, I would certainly have seen a significant percentage of that. Like St. Pauli, the football team, very leftist football team from Hamburg, kicked out some people for holding a Palestine flag at their game.
Oh, that's stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it is odd. Like, I get that you might feel a little bit guilt about certain things, Germany, but, like, chill out, bruv. Chill out. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Inky Black, for gifting a sub to the community.
I did have this. I mean, because I just looked it up. What is this? Germany condemns Israeli minister's West Bank annexation remarks. Such an annexation would prevent a two-state solution, according to German Foreign Ministry.
True, but didn't they also say they're unlikely to enforce the thing if Netanyahu goes to Germany?
Wagner says, we have noted the ICC arrest warrant. We are looking at it. We also emphasize that international law naturally applies, he said.
So that's nothing then. That's literally like the politician's non-answer. Like, you can all say in theory, we follow international law. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything though, does it? When it comes to the crunch, would you actually do anything?
Well, I know. I mean, he's saying he's looking at the decision. They're not saying that we're not going to honor it and protect Israel. So,
did they have? All I'll say is, did they have the exact same response when they issued an arrest warrant for Putin?
I have no idea.
No, that everyone was out there saying, "Yeah, this is good. This is awesome. Good for you." Lindsey Graham, the most just unbelievably dishonest person on the planet, I think. It was literally, you can compare, like, when they issued an arrest warrant for Putin, brilliant, the ICC is awesome.
Yeah,
now they've issued one against his mate. Oh, this is a disgrace. The ICC should be disbanded.
Yeah, it does say here, he also pointed to Germany's, quote, unique relationship and great responsibility toward Israel. Unquote,
there you go.
As a consequence of German history, suggesting this would be a factor in any decision-making process.
Absolute cunt. Get in the fucking trash. That's where you belong, mate. Hello there, Sister Rose. Everyone go and follow Sister Rose immediately. Fact. Yeah.
Yes, listen to Kev. Go and follow Sister Rose. She is amazing.
That shit. I'm not the German government.
I didn't say you were.
Yeah, you said you're German as an insult.
Oh, well, that's just a generic thing. That's just a general. That's a general insult, Christo.
It's generic. That's like a pedo. Be calling someone a pedo when you're Elon Musk.
Yeah, literally. Except literally in my case, because I was just saying in general, calling someone German is generically an insult.
I think Vogel might
disagree with you. You were genuinely upset by that.
No, I'm just like, I'm not in a good place. It's still from the election, so let's just get on with the video.
Feminists. They believe that the only axis of oppression that matters, the only one that matters, is the axis of male and female, not gender identity, male and female. Because they have these strict biological definitions of sex, which often are contradictory, they often exclude a lot of intersex people in this analysis as well. And I know a lot of people will say, this is a small minority, but it matters to me. So they say either large gamete production as what defines women, or XX chromosomes, large gametes, small gametes, XXXY. Men and women. That's the only axis of privilege and power that matters. The only real form of oppression is the oppression of women. At least that's all that matters in their feminist analysis.
So I'm getting excluded then. Fantastic. I don't produce those things. I don't have the capacity to. I don't have the hardware, as some people call it. Ugh. It's not hardware, it's organs. It's part of the human body. Thank you very much.
That means they don't include trans women in their feminism, and usually they have some pretty scathing things to say about trans men too, even though they technically claim to include them in their feminism. And then you also have what's called sex worker exclusionary feminism, which excludes sex workers from their feminism, which frankly seems like a huge oversight. But go off, I guess. The word radical means to get
Yeah, like, do you stop being a lady if you're a sex worker?
I've never understood the hostility towards sex workers. It always seemed to be more of a religious puritanical thing than an actual extension of feminist principles of bodily autonomy and self-determination. Now, I think that there is obviously issues about women who are trafficked or women who are vulnerable because, and not just women, like boys and girls, everybody who's vulnerable because of drug addiction. Right, or are brought up in abusive relationships and kind of continue the cycle of violence or whatever else, right? Or they're forced into sex work because their economic situation, there aren't jobs that they can get that will help them make ends meet as much as sex work was. But that doesn't take away from people who choose to be in sex work, and like that is their career choice, and they're making a fully aware decision as autonomous beings. So kind of lumping all sex workers together as being problematic is problematic, in my opinion.
The root of. And they see the problem as the entire system of patriarchy is the problem, which is true and fair. So radical feminism sounds cool. Yeah, let's get to the root of the problem. Radical. But actually, it sucks. In the modern context, It's a feminist ideology that takes into account only biological sex, without examining any other axes of privilege and power, which tends to disempower racialized...
Sorry. So the problem with, this is what I pointed to in my videos too, about the way that patriarchy is built on, to borrow a term from anarchism, unjustified hierarchies, and it's upheld through violence and the threats of violence. But in order to do that, it has to police men and oppress women, and also police and oppress people who aren't considered, traditionally, aren't cis and straight, right? And so if you're outside the box, you have to be forced into the box. And once you're in the box, you have to continually either prove yourself or you have to perform, subjugation and submission to men. And so to just take the problem of patriarchy as being one of men oppressing women, you're never really going to solve the problem. Because, this whole thing with Joe Rogan and the guys that, the men that young men are listening to, Andrew Tate is another example, right? They police masculinity. And they put up as if you can be masculine enough as long as you do these things, or if you're cool like me, or if you hold these opinions or whatever, be part of the bro club, and then you'll be one of us. When in truth, the whole point of patriarchy is to force boys and men to constantly prove that they're masculine enough over and over and over and over again. Like even Joe Rogan, who's held up high, is taking testosterone because he's getting older and it's failing on him. He's low T, and he's mocked for a medical condition. He's mocked for having low natural testosterone. I mean, what the actual fuck?
I will mock him for his weird nipples.
If his weird nipples are weird, right?
And his stupidity.
But this idea that you can be safe within patriarchy, anyone can be safe, it's just a lie. The whole point of patriarchy is to keep you insecure, off balance, and needing validation.
It really is the panopticon of gender.
Mm-hmm. And it's just constantly monitoring, watching, and judging.
Women and women with other factors who don't neatly fit in to their specific feminist organizing that only takes into account sex. It's an ideology that views all women as better than men, as like more pure, more moral, and also as being oppressed by all men, whereas all men are sort of biologically inferior and also the oppressors of women. This is the only dynamic. It's man versus woman. Woman good, man bad.
Whereas actually what we know is that it's the penis that's bad and the gun that's good.
Because we watched the movie with Sean Connery. So we've got the truth.
Is one of the greatest pieces of audiovisual art.
We have the truth.
True.
And it's a Sean Connery in a onesie. Not a onesie, in a, what would you call that?
Mankini.
A mankini.
a proto-mankini.
Comes up the ideology of this modern iteration of radical feminism online. A good example is the 4B movement and the way that it's being utilized by white Western feminists. It's being appropriated from South Korea, where it's originating. It stands for, the 4Bs are like the 4 no's. Yeah. It's you don't want to date, live with, sleep with, or reproduce with men.
Oh, so the B's are the Korean wordage.
No. Yes. So B is like the word for no.
Bino, Bikalsan, Bionir, and Bisiku.
I'm sure you pronounce those perfectly.
Absolutely spot on.
I also want to point out, like, Korean culture is way more oppressive.
Yeah.
Than Western. I'm not saying that like we have.
And that's just K-pop.
Yeah. Yes, it's just as generally as a culture, it's incredibly oppressive. But it's for women especially, it's still very, very oppressive. And
well, you got to bear in mind it was a fucking brutal dictatorship to the 80s.
Yeah,
90s.
Like, it's still, it's not like
till the 90s.
Freedom. You know, it's a very traditional kind of thing.
So
although again with the K-pop, they are starting to break out of that a bit, I think.
Yeah, one of the things that came up in my podcasting work with some of the people on the Push Backlash project that I'm part of is a woman from South America. I can't remember if it was Colombia or where, but she was at a conference, and there's this white woman who just turned to her and said, "So, what wave of feminism are you in? Like the second?" As if all places in the world have to go through the same kinds of waves of feminism that Europe did, and they're behind, like they're the developing world, like they're the developing feminism, rather than understanding that every culture has its own process of feminist critique based on its cultural, historic, religious, situation. So when I talked about South Korea, I don't want to say, "Oh yeah, it's like going through second wave feminism," because they're dealing with their cultural oppressions, in their own way, and using Western stuff as the marker is unhelpful.
True, but also the cool answer to the question, "What wave of feminism you on?" and just go, "I'm part of the feminist tsunami, motherfucker."
So no fucking, no dating, no cohabitation, and no having babies. That's what the 4B movement is. And this is
not having babies. Who are you going to eat then?
The atheists? You mean?
True.
The atheists are going to starve.
Yeah.
Framed as the ideal way to live, in the ideal feminist praxis. It's basically a sex strike, like Lysistra, or like what the one Alyssa Milano called for in 2019. A sex strike plus a reproductive labor strike. A strike on reproduction. And
to a degree, it is sort of, there are echoes of political lesbianism.
Yeah. I mean, they're not saying, look, pick women because men are intolerable, but, it would be acceptable to have sex with women. And then under
that play, this video is mentioned, is called Lysistrata. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. Oh, no. Lysistrata by Aristophanes. I've read it. It is amazing. Is there a short of it? Oh, we've got Antigone as well. Lysistrata, 60 seconds.
because it's the men that are being excluded here. Yeah. So like sex with women is on the table. I don't know how that goes over in Korea.
But was it NASA or someone who said that? I can't remember when they put this out, but it was quite funny. They said that
enjoy your pasta, Jester. Mm-hmm. Num num. Carbs are good. We need them for energy.
If
the
they were
space agency.
Yes. No. I'm trying to get to the actual, the thing they said, which was funny. It was obviously during much more patriarchal times, and they said that in order to stop the crew members on very long journeys, so if they ever sent people to like Mars or something, they would have to have all female crew, and they thought they were being super like progressive by saying this in order to stop them having sex. Anyone want to tell them, lads? No? Okay. Well, let that be a nice surprise for them.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, they're going to be fucking eating each other out before they get past the moon. What are you talking about, dickheads?
Makes sense to me, like completely out of context. Reproduction is labor, and labor strikes work. Labor strikes are one of the only things that works, other than like violent revolution. Labor strikes work. So to me, out of context, I'm like, okay, you're doing a labor strike. That sounds great. I love labor strikes. I love labor actions. I love labor organizing. You should form a union if you don't have one.
A sex union. Yeah, there should be like rates and it should be all kinds of just joking, obviously.
Have you paid your sex dues?
Exactly.
And you should organize within your union if you do have one, because leadership gets complacent. So, big fan of unions here, big fan of organized labor. That's assuming that you can strike on a large enough scale that it's effective. Assuming you can build a large enough coalition to put enough pressure on those that you're striking against.
Lesbians in Spain.
And I don't know that this movement is capable of building a large coalition. Spoiler alert. In the US and Korea, the economy is tanking. It's in shambles. People can no longer afford to have children, even if they want them. It's too expensive to get married. People can't move out of their parents' houses. They can't buy homes. And the benefits of marriage are quickly eroding. For women, at least. Women still do the vast majority of the domestic and childcare tasks.
Bullshit.
Even if they're the sole bread.
What?
Yeah, even if they make more, they're still doing more of the housework. They still do more housework and child labor. It's bullshit. It's a bullshit how much we pick up around, in heterosexual relationships.
But I understand that, as chat will attest.
I'll put an addendum onto that one. Because of my health issues and stuff, I barely do any housework. Super Hubby does practically all of it, really. Speaking of which, she'll be going out shopping later. It's at 5 to 5. His bus is at 10 to 8, so we'll probably be getting up in about an hour. I really can't do any of the housework. Which was funny because the first flat that I moved into, I done the majority of the housework and all of the cooking because my first partner was woeful at it. Because I'm a good cook anyway.
Because this week I was looking after my niece and nephew. My young nephew is less than a year old, had to change his nappy. Diaper for Americans. And he decided that one moment where in the several hours we were together, there were about 20 seconds where his cock was out in the open. And he decided to take that exact moment to piss.
Yeah, well, he's cold.
He pissed all up my left arm, the little bastard.
A little fountain for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, if these things happen, just ask your brother or sister-in-law. They'll agree with you. It's probably happened to them countless times.
I didn't sign up for this.
You didn't have the fun that produced this.
Well, no, it's not just the fun. Like, I enjoy taking them to the park and playing football and, like, being cool Uncle Kev. I do not enjoy having to clean shitty arses.
Yeah, and being peed on.
Exactly.
I know what
it's
morale
fucking
is.
gross. I don't need this.
God, like you didn't even have to deal with them vomiting when they were, or spit up.
Jester, green peppers are the work of the devil. I do not use them. Not a big fan of zucchini. Yellow squash is all right. And small sweet peppers are ambrosia. Other than the green bell pepper and the zucchini, that sounds quite delicious. You do know they're unripe peppers, by the way, don't you? But a lot of cuisine uses green peppers. Your orange, red, your yellow to red ones, they've got more vitamin C in them than the green, and they taste better.
Or when they get sick.
Oh no, I've had to deal with that because I had to give him a bottle.
Oh, okay. So you
oh yeah, no, a little spit up and fucking him like. I mean, he's got a set of pipes on him. Jesus Christ! When he's shitting, because it's still relatively new to him and he's freaking him out, he just starts screaming like a fucking banshee. It's ridiculous. He's so fucking loud. He's tiny. He's this little tiny creature, and yet produces a sound that should not come out of something so small.
Yeah, like it registers on the decibel scale.
Honestly, there are dogs miles away looking around going, what? What was that? What?
So a friend of mine that I knew from uni, she and her wife had kids, and she tells a story. Like, it was like, I think her daughter was about 8 years old, and they were downstairs, and the kids' bedrooms were upstairs. And she hears this voice like, "Mommy, I don't feel good." She gets up, and her daughter's at the top of the stairs. And she just projectile vomits all the way down the stairs. Like, she's standing at the top.
Oh, I get that, Jester. I do. I understand. We're lucky. There's some producers down in the south of England that can actually grow peppers now in polytunnels, and they regulate the climate inside them so they can actually grow peppers. We usually get ours from Spain, but they're having a spot of bother, as you may have noticed in the news. So, where else do our peppers come from? North Africa as well, I think, but it was mostly Spain. But there's producers that are starting to grow peppers here in the UK. So that's quite good. So we can get them mostly all year round now, which is good. Are the yellow to red ones, are they more expensive? I feel for you. Ooh, favourite pasta dish. Christ, I am a basic bitch. Spaghetti bolognese.
But it was like a rainbow. It was a fire hose of vomit that just landed all the way down.
Honestly, just wear a condom, for the love of God. It's so not worth it. Oh, God. And again, you go through all of that, and the best you can hope is they don't end up in jail.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant. Fucking
if they fuck off and leave you alone and only call you once a week and don't ask you for money, that's the best you're gonna get. You see them at the weekend and maybe, and also on the holidays.
Yeah,
and they don't ask you to babysit for their kids for hours
that
and
noise.
weeks and months on end.
Not having that. I was annoyed that they did. The little fucker did it in the back of my car. If they did it on my fucking soft furnishings in my house,
every step covered.
Oh, imagine, because that's such an annoying thing. Because it's not even like.
No, Riot. Hello. Welcome in. We are watching the lovely Kev. I missed him earlier on. I wasn't feeling too good. My knee was giving me all sorts of bother. So I was lying up on my sofa, trying not to cry. Super happy helped though. He kept on filling my hot water bottle. And I did use my heat spray on it, but it didn't fucking work. So it's obviously the bones again. Mm.
If you're sick, look, if a dog's sick on one surface, you can mop that up. That's not so bad. But on the stairs, think of every nook and cranny in the stairs you've got to clean.
You're getting the steam cleaner at that point.
Oh!
You're getting the steam cleaner out. Yeah, you're renting one or getting it out of the closet, whatever your situation is. Because you can't even just wait for that to dry and hoover it up because it's gonna stink.
Yeah, it's gonna
crusty.
Oh, imagine in the sun in the summer. Oh. Oh. That's gross. That's so gross.
Winner, even if they're.
I think we can all agree straight people are bad, right?
Yeah. I'm also really confused. She was fine before. I loved the lighting with the purple, the very bisexual behind her. I don't really know why the Playboy bunny costume. I mean, it's cute. I just don't know.
I think that's what they. Isn't that in the handbook, in the left book handbook of like, you have to do a quirky costume change in the middle of your fucking essay for no reason. Honestly, and you know who I blame? ContraPoints, firstly.
Oh, basically, yeah,
100%.
absolutely.
And then
you leave ContraPoints alone. Her outfit changes were Philosophy Tube. Abigail was good at it as well. Christ, some of her costume changes are wild. Good for you. Well done, Neuro Riot. Stick it to your government. I've got mine now as well, so announced last week on Marcus's stream. Woohoo! So happy. So happy. I'm not entirely sure if I'd be comfortable wearing that. Does look cute, I guess. I hope she's warm. Or they're warm if they. Everyone, get vaccinated. This message is approved by Mad Cat. Oh yeah. My granny, my mum's mum, she lived in a 2 up, 2 down, and when she was getting her stairs, this is bloody years ago when I was a teenager, I think I was like 12 or something. They did kind of struggle with it at times. Yeah, it seems a faff. Hardwood flooring or imitation flooring's better in my opinion. It's my sister. I'm sure my little sister's got hardwood flooring throughout her lower floor. So her kitchen's got lino. Her hallway and her living room. I'm sure that's hardwood flooring she's got. I'm sure of it. Christ, I can't remember. Bad Katie. Huh. I haven't been to my middle sister's house in a few months, so I'm not sure if their carpets are hardwood or not. I wouldn't be able to get. Well, I rent firstly, but our floorboards in this flat are absolutely disgraceful, so they need fixed first before we put hardwood flooring. If they were to put hardwood flooring in this place, that'd be quite a tall order. Seriously, the flooring in this flat is not good. Yes, it is. That's why my little sister's got lino in there. Vinyl flooring. Do you call it lino? Do you call it linoleum, Jester? Yeah. No, it's unhygienic. Why would you have carpet in the kitchen? God knows what sort of things could breed in there if you're cooking in it or on top of it. Well, above it. No carpet in the kitchen, please, people. Ugh. Harbours all kinds of fucking nonsense.
what's her name?
Abigail?
Abigail Thorne, yes.
Yeah, those two.
Philosophy
They ruined
tube.
it for just people who want to be boring.
Exactly. I just want to sit on my sofa screaming about knobheads. I don't want to fucking put on bunny ears.
Oh,
That's what I'm doing.
Non-binary, apparently. Thank you. I didn't know. But I know I do. Thank you.
She's non-binary. They, them, apologies. They. I think I said they. I'm not sure.
I didn't. I don't think.
Well, that's because you're a TERF, clearly.
It's the pink. It's the pink costume. It's making me default to girl
Right,
stuff.
they them.
Just
Good to know.
Girl stuff.
Girl stuff. Yeah, my false gender binary.
True.
And their husband is not. Married women don't live as long as single women, and single women are happier and healthier on average than married women. They earn more money, get more respect in the workplace, and just literally live longer.
Yeah, like women who choose the bear live longer.
Yes. Well, from watching a lot of true crime, it's mostly like spouses killing each other or kids killing their parents. So
yeah, like having watched parts of.
Oh, just to let everyone know, she, her. Like I said, I'm a basic bitch. Oh, I glossed over that. I went past that bit. I didn't really click. Oops. Oh, Kev's in no way a TERF or anything. He's really quite based. He probably just did it accidentally. But hang on. Oh no, people in chat have corrected him.
I can only stomach so much of it, of course. But the French trial, the mass rape trial thing, it's just unbelievable. One of the defences that one of the guys made, and this is genuinely true, he thought this made it better, was that I thought she was dead.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, it's still shocking.
I thought she was. So you thought you were fucking a corpse?
So it was necrophilia.
You realise that doesn't make it better. That just makes it a different crime.
Yeah, exactly.
Well done there, you fucking absolute monster. Get in the threshing machine in Minecraft.
So there is virtually no benefit to getting married as a woman anymore.
Nope.
The only reason that it was ever beneficial for women was because they were so disenfranchised. They needed a man to survive.
Yep.
That is no longer the case. So why would women subject themselves to that?
This is what I don't get positive. This is what I don't get about the trad wife movement. Like, you really aspire to live on an allowance that a man gives you. And what you do in exchange is provide him sex and domestic housework and raise your kids. Like, it's just, you're putting yourself in such an economically vulnerable position that if in 20 years he decides to trade you in for a younger model, you have so few job skills, you have no employment history, and you have no savings in your own name.
Yep, basically.
You know, someone pointed out there's a reason why you don't see trad wives who are in their 40s and 50s. It's always like these young women in their 20s who are like, oh, look at me, I'm baking bread in a 1950s dress. And because as you get older, you're like, this is bullshit. I want my own money.
I found, it's still my favourite discovery, I think, on the internet, a person called Lady Istahar, who is an American who's like obsessed with the Soviet Union. And she does like a kind of trad waifu cosplay bit, basically, but for communists.
All right.
And it's my favourite mashup of shit memes. But she's absolutely serious about it. Like, she dresses up like she's from the fucking 50s Soviet Union for all of her videos. It's mental. Anyway.
Percentage of young men are becoming increasingly radicalized towards the far right. They are far right, they're anti-abortion, they're super conservative, they're anti-birth control, anti-divorce in some cases, and they think that all women are whores. These online radicalization campaigns are thriving. So, a large percentage of young men are just completely unfuckable nowadays. Just, like, completely
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's really, it's really more of a supply problem than a strike problem, I think.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. The product you are offering is not worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfuckable. Like, ew. They've taken to fucking things like couches and robots.
True.
It's really weird and, like, even kind of sad for these young men. And the couches. Think of the couches. Some of the backlash to these misogynistic hate campaigns has been to radicalize young women and essentially start these misandristic hate campaigns where they frame all men as inferior to women, as lacking in empathy, as naturally violent and evil, and women as pure and good. Essentially, a lot of this online feminism now is just reactionary hatred towards men based on their traumatic lived experience. Like, it is hard to be a woman, and some of these men are, as I said, completely unfuckable now. They treat men as a class with a blanket hatred. All men are pigs, all men are bad. But when you examine their actual talking points, a lot of it is just sexism. They repeat sexist talking points and reframe it through feminist buzzwords. And their prescription for how to live a moral life is not all that different from right-wing ideology. Be sexually pure. Don't fuck men. Just don't have sex. And things like gender is biological and determined by your genetics, your biology, what's inside your pants. They also frame trans women as somehow the biggest threat to women because they're men and we hate men.
Is it?
The concept of foregoing relationships with men for political praxis is not new. It's framed as 4B now, but back in the day it was called political lesbianism.
Yep.
Political lesbianism is an ideology which is ostensibly about decentering men, but really it just tells you to stop fucking men, and that is the ultimate form of feminist praxis, and perhaps the only moral choice. But to explain political lesbianism, I asked a lesbian. So without further ado, here's a lesbian. I'm just kidding, that's a terrible intro. This is YouTuber Ofidoki, a feminist and lesbian, who does a lot of feminist analysis on her channel.
No, you should have just gone with here's a lesbian. You don't need to do the extra. It would have been funny. There's no one who's like, oh, I'm offended on behalf of the lesbian. No, it's fine.
If you want to check out her channel. Here she is telling us about political lesbianism, what it is, and what it has to do with actual lesbianism. Something that she's a subject matter expert on. So, here's Ofidoki.
Hi, my name is Ofi YouTube Videos. I am a feminist and a lesbian, and I have been a regular enjoyer of trash discourse since I found them with their Kink at Pride video back in June.
Oh, they've got a Kink at Pride video.
Oh no, hopefully they have a good take.
I presume so, but like...
Fingers crossed.
Government, porn, public sex, a history and defense, very Mormon, the Trans Egg Prime Directive?
What?
Oh, these are popular videos, hang on. Is Chapel Roan secretly straight and Republican? What's with all the incest porn? Ethical grifting. Where's Kink at Pride, goddammit?
Every Buffy character is bisexual?
I don't think I will.
Okay, hit play.
No. Kink at Pride, there we go. We could watch that at some point.
I'm really excited about this collab, and I'm also really excited for a chance to talk about lesbianism, which is something I do a lot, both on my...
If it doesn't mention that having feet out in the open is kink and therefore bad, I'm not interested.
Bare feet are kinky.
No, do you not remember that whole discourse from like 4 years ago?
Oh no, I do remember, just not the bare feet part of it.
Yeah, well, apparently because some people have foot fetishes.
Yeah.
So if you walk around barefoot at Pride, that's technically kink. You could make someone come in front of a child.
Yeah, you could. What?
That's a literal argument I heard someone make.
That's a stupid argument.
It's a very stupid
You walk around with bare feet at a beach. Is that kinky?
Yes.
Okay.
Fact. Thank you, Elliot, for bitty bits. Much love to you. Much love. Am I the asshole for threatening my wife with divorce after she quit her job to be a trad wife? What?
Oh, is that one of those "Am I the asshole" from Reddit,
Yeah,
where people
Reddit.
are karma farming?
Basically, yes. Karma farming is an amazing thing. Kev sounds very tired. Kev is very tired of your shit.
Channel and just in general. So I have been asked to explain political lesbianism, which is a term from the 1960s. This is second wave radical feminism, and it was presented as the singular and very prescriptive solution to the problem of compulsory heterosexuality. So the political lesbianism piece that I read is the one that's referenced on the Wikipedia page for political lesbianism. It's called "Love Your Enemy? The debate between heterosexual feminism and political lesbianism." And I'm not going to read you the whole 33 pages, but I would like to read you some of the introduction, just so you can get a sense of exactly how long this kind of prescriptive argument has been uselessly attempted, and why Trash and I both were like, oh wait, this is just political lesbianism, as soon as we saw these 4B posts start to circulate. We know that the question of whether all feminists...
Yes, the case against heterosexuality. Yes! I'm on board.
...should be lesbians is not new. We've had to work out our ideas on the subject because often when we talk about our politics and what it means to say men are the enemy with other women, we are asked whether we are saying that all feminists should be lesbians. We realize that the topic is explosive. It is something we are supposed to talk about at home and in close and trusted groups of friends, and not make political statements about in the movement, lest our heterosexual sisters accuse us of women hating. Is it true that we must conceal our strong political beliefs on the subject when talking with other feminists? We would like to raise the whole issue for discussion in a workshop, not just whether all feminists should be lesbians, but precisely why we think they should be, and whether and how we may begin to talk about it more openly. We do think that all feminists can and should be political lesbians. Our definition of a political lesbian is a woman-identified woman who does not fuck men. It does not mean compulsory sexual activity with women. Bell Hooks also actually explained already in Feminism is for Everybody what woman-identified woman means in these contexts. I want to read to you from this portion first. This is before "what is a woman" was like the catchy culture war question. So woman-identified woman doesn't exactly just mean like a woman who identifies as a woman. It's more like a woman who identifies with women rather than identifying with men. I'm just going to read from Hooks here. In the early stages of feminist movement, we used the phrase woman-identified woman or man-identified woman to distinguish between those activists who did not choose lesbianism but who did choose to be woman-identified, meaning their ontological existence did not depend on male affirmation. Male-identified females were those who dropped feminist principles in a flash if they interfered with romantic heterosexual concerns. They were the females who also supported men more than women, who could always see things from the male perspective. So in my little prompt for this section, Trash asked me if I wanted to talk about what political lesbianism is and how it differs from actual lesbianism. And I think just from my immediate annoyance at that whole "a woman-identified woman who doesn't fuck men" thing being in their description of political lesbianism, it's pretty obvious that what I identify with in lesbianism is not at all the same thing as this political lesbianism was. And lesbianism obviously is a thing that, like any sexuality, gets interpreted through different lenses and experiences and means different things on a case-by-case basis. But for me, my romantic and sexual interest in women is in fact the defining feature of my lesbianism, right? Not the absence of men. There is also an absence of men, that's very much a thing for me, but if every woman who does not fuck men is a lesbian, then there's no functional difference between me and a nun. I mean, there are lesbian nuns. I don't want to erase the existence of lesbian nuns here, but the main thing that I would have in common with a lesbian nun...
No, they're married to Jeebus.
...would be our love of women and not our absence of fucking men. And I think that's what annoys me so much about this co-opting of lesbianism to mean something more sanitized, something that we should reassure the straight women that we're pressuring into adopting it as a lifestyle that they don't actually have to participate in. We tell them it's fine as long as they're just depriving themselves of what we're telling ourselves are the advantages that they have over us by being partnered with men. And it takes this thing that I am, this thing that is not praxis, that is not an intentional choice. Like, holy shit, I feel like gay people have been trying to tell straight people it's not a choice to be gay for as long as I've ever been aware of in gay discourse. So why are we feeding into that intentionally? Why could we not have just called this something else? Political celibacy was right there. Because it's not lesbianism. It's just not. Radical feminism often wants to pretend that it is exactly the same as lesbianism, that they are always inherently chasing the same goals as lesbians are. But I think this is one of many places where radical feminists are sort of giving up their end game, which is that it's okay to be the kind of lesbian who doesn't have sex, because eventually it won't be okay to be the kind of lesbian who does. Eventually, the bisexual women and the lesbians will not be considered safe or worth protecting in bathrooms or locker rooms, the exact same way that trans women already aren't to many of these same people. And that makes me feel distrustful. Not of women married to men, the way that the writer of Love Your Enemy and the people pushing these ideals want me to feel, but of the people who think that they have this much of a right to be so prescriptivist, even if they're not already writing me prescriptions yet, because my lesbianism is close enough to their preferred behavior, they will eventually start to write me those prescriptions. And it really frustrates me when other lesbians can't see this. Like, two lesbians who are being enticed by the TERF radicalization pipeline hear it from me. Trans exclusionary radical feminists are currently willing to partner with you to achieve their goals, the same way that they are currently willing to partner with conservative Christians to achieve their goals.
Yep.
Because the lobby that they are engaged.
Yeah, it's okay that Donald Trump is a rapist, because at least he knows what a woman is.
Yeah.
Is a phrase I've heard TERFs use.
Seriously, get better standards.
Like, you grotesque monsters.
Yeah, you know, like, I pointed out to somebody that their position on trans people was no different from the Nazis. And they were really offended. Like, are you comparing me to the Nazis? I'm like, well, if your views are the same as the Nazis,
yeah,
yes. Like, that's something you need to reflect on. Like, why am I holding the same opinion as Nazis? Not be like, look back on you. Don't get mad at me for pointing out the obvious truth.
Yeah. It's yeah, that's on you. If you want to have the same opinions as Nazis, then it's you who's associating with the Nazi brand.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Me.
Engaging with does not matter to them as long as they get to enforce either control or at least morality standards upon other feminist women and just everybody, I fucking guess. Something else I find really frustrating about this is that I would really love to be evangelical about lesbianism. I mean, I already am. I'm always telling women I know who are bisexual who express to me that they think dating women is harder than dating men, that I think they should just try filtering their Tinder matches to just women and going on a few dates in order to test that. And I'm also always saying that I think that it's perfectly acceptable for a bisexual woman with no, like, actionable interest in dating or pursuing men to just describe herself with my identity label if that's what she feels like she wants to do. I think both that nobody should, like, pressure you into choosing to be gay out of a sense of obligation, but also that if you're at least somewhat same-gender attracted, it is worth being aware of the fact that you live in a society that reinforces to straight women and bisexual women and even to lesbian women that sex with men is a default and that they should potentially be open to that. And if you feel like your openness to that is actually a result of programming and not a result of genuine desire,
yes, Chester.
You should absolutely explore and see if you can figure out what genuine desire and excitement feels like in romantic and sexual contexts for you. It might be completely different with women. It also might not. And for so many women, I think choosing to date other women and only date other women could be a fantastic, affirming, and life-changing choice, which is why it's one that I would love to be able to be vocal about. But I can't in the context of this 4B thing and political lesbian terminology. I just can't. Because this suggestion to be with women isn't even really a part of either of those things. At least...
Is that her alarm or yours?
That was my alarm. It's 8 o'clock. This is where I take my my birth control.
Well, it's 7 o'clock.
New York time, yeah.
Yeah, proper time, yes.
In Love Your Enemy, they did present lesbianism as an option, but none of the graphics or posts I've seen about 4B are actually focusing on what else to do with your life once you have dedicated yourself to...
What? Hang on a minute. Technically, Kev has the same opinion as Joseph Stalin about cock. I mean, technically, yes. I don't know that that's necessarily that impactful as, you know, as a political position.
Yeah, you probably also have the same position on breathing air, but it's not like a policy.
Well, not anymore, because he stopped doing
Not
that
state policy.
decades ago.
Yeah.
Loser. Can we get some lols in chat for Joseph Stalin being a non-breather?
Yeah.
Not doing those 4 specific things with men, right? They're not focusing on how you could have a relationship.
It's an e-cig. So it's just e-liquid, essentially. It's basically menthol, what I used to smoke. Oh no, we don't, we're still stuck in the dark ages. We don't have any legalization of hash over here yet. I've been campaigning, as well as my previous GP, to legalise it for people like me who have joint issues, autoimmune conditions, things like that, because it does help us. I do have stuff over there. Oh, wrong way. Over there. In a box. But no, I can't. I have had edibles though. They were easier. Oh my god, so much easier. And I did used to make a good hash brownie. But I struggle to get my supply now. I've been a few raids recently again. I don't know why they keep on bothering. I really don't. Should just legalise it. And tax it, it would make them billions. But what are you going to do? Oh, Shanna, I'd help you if I could. I really would. I thought it was legal in Washington State. Oh, no, I don't know what state you're in. I thought it was mostly legal for recreational. At least in a good few states. No, my government's still stuck in the dark ages. Basically prohibit it to the point of locking people up for it. Mind you, in saying that, if you're carrying and you've got small amounts on you, you just get fined now. Ah, right, cool. Although price, obviously, if you can't afford it. Oh, how much are we? It's probably quite expensive here for when we do try and obtain it from people.
Relationship with a woman, or ways that you could build community with other women around you, even in non-sexual or non-romantic contexts. They're not saying how compulsory heterosexuality sometimes makes bisexual women hesitant to act on their desires towards other women for fear of being rejected or seen as predatory. They're just saying men suck, and here's what we can do to punish them. And I just don't feel like that has literally anything to do with my experience of lesbianism. I am not a lesbian to punish men. I am not a lesbian because I hate men. I'm a lesbian because I love women. And I love women in a way that is inextricably tied to my own experience of my gender, which is not something that I have ever felt is personally possible or particularly desirable with someone who is not also a woman or some flavor or shade of non-binary lesbian. My feminism is political. My feminism is my politics, but my lesbianism, while it informs my feminism, is not a political act. It is a neutral one. And by that same measure, so is bisexuality, so is asexuality, and so is heterosexuality. Each and every single one as neutral as my own as a political statement. And because Bell Hooks went ahead and addressed like everything I ever needed smarter phrasing for about feminism in one book, I'm going to read from Feminism is for Everybody again here. When feminist movement was hot, radical lesbian activists constantly demanded that straight women reconsider their bonds with men, raising the question of whether or not it was possible for women to ever have a liberated heterosexual experience within a patriarchal context. This interrogation was useful for the movement. It not only forced straight women to engage in ongoing critical vigilance about heterosexual practice, it highlighted lesbians in ways that positively exposed their strength while also revealing weaknesses. Individual women who moved from having relationships with men to choosing women because they were seduced by the popular slogan, "Feminism is the theory, lesbianism the practice," soon found that these relationships were as emotionally demanding and as fraught with difficulties as any other. The extent to which lesbian partnership was as good as or better than heterosexual bonds was usually determined not by both parties being of the same sex, but by the extent of their commitment to breaking with notions of romance and partnership informed by a culture of domination's sadomasochistic assumption that in every relationship there is a dominant and a submissive party. Sexual promiscuity among lesbians could no more be equated with sexual liberation than it could be in heterosexual practice. Irrespective of their sexual preference, women who suffered emotionally by equating the two were disillusioned by sex. And given the connection between male domination and sexual violence, it is not surprising that women who had been involved with men were often the most vocal about their sexual unhappiness. The consequence of this disillusionment with the dream of sexual freedom was that many individual feminist thinkers either came away from coping with these experiences and or the negative fallout a female friend or comrade faced, harboring repressed resentment about...
Harboring is spelt wrong.
Is it not have a U?
Yeah.
Oh,
outrage.
You American spelling.
All sexual activity, especially sexual contact with men. Radical lesbians who had once been the lone voices calling women to account for, quote, sleeping with the enemy, end quote, were now joined by heterosexual women who were choosing same-sex bonds because they were utterly disillusioned with men. Suddenly, the discourse on sexuality, particularly all discussion of intercourse that emerged, made it seem that all coitus was sexual coercion, that any penetration of the female by the male was rape. For a time, these theories and the individual charismatic women who spread the news had a deep impact on the consciousness of young women who were struggling to establish new and different sexual identities. Many of these young women ended up choosing bisexual practice or choosing relationships with men where it was agreed that the female partner would determine the nature of all sexual encounter. However, masses of young females simply turned away from feminist thinking. And
also, I thought we'd all agreed that it was femoids.
Is that, yeah, well, this is an old book. So
oh, that's, yeah, you know what, fair enough.
Language control.
Exactly, before the woke mind virus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
In this turning found their way back to outmoded sexist notions of sexual freedom and embraced them, at times, with a vengeance. And I wanted to talk about this because not only does it tie into another thing I noticed as I was reading Love Your Enemy this weekend, both in the way the male-partnered women were portrayed in the question and answer section and in the original piece, was that it feels extremely similar to discourse that is already constantly being rehashed in the gay community. While straight feminists may have been able to spend a few years not worrying about the morals or ethics of a woman being partnered to a man, some of us are in the gay community, and we have to listen to people attempt to come to terms with this every few months. It is a guaranteed discourse.
Yeah, discourse is cancer.
By discourse, you just mean people talking?
People talk, especially online. When I say discourse, I mean disc horse. You know, fucking Twitter, even before Elon was bad. Yeah, online discourse is fucking rubbish. Literally, I mentioned a fine example of it with the bare feet at Pride nonsense. It's just... Unfortunately, there are some good actors who do it badly, and there are some bad faith actors that deliberately try and, you know, clout chase, and it just muddies the waters so annoyingly. It makes certain spaces unnavigable, frankly.
First topic every June, obviously. Bisexual women's straight boyfriends at Pride. Are they invited? Is that allowed? Obviously, none of them are bi for bi. That would be impossible. That does not exist. We have to flatten bi women down into the most one-dimensional version as possible so that we can remain as angry as we can about the idea of them corrupting the sanctity of this big convention where a bunch of corporations are putting up tables and trying to give you gay shit that is like cheap and going to break, and it's like Lockheed Martin branded. I don't give a shit if boyfriends go to corporate Pride. I don't think any of us going to corporate...
Fuck.
don't think any of us going to corporate pride is even a like protest action anymore. It's just like a street festival. And even if the boyfriend is straight and not bisexual, which they usually, a lot of them are, all of my bisexual friends are bi for bi, really. But even if he is completely 100% heterosexual, if you are able to go to Pride and bring him with you, I'm going to assume that he is at least an ally, which is good. And yeah, some bisexual women do in fact have homophobic boyfriends, but a great deal of them do not. So even though I think probably most bisexual women do not have these gross, weird
Well, no, I'm not going to stick up for the Raytheon merch because she said Lockheed Martin, and I'm a company man, okay? So.
Yeah, also, like, I don't think a homophobic boyfriend of a bi woman would go to Pride.
Probably not, you would think.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're going to see a heterosexual, like, when one of them is bi, it means the other one is supportive of the movement, I would think, to be there and hanging out and feeling comfortable with a bunch of gay people and queer people and non-binary people and asexual people and, you know, everyone else who goes to Pride.
True.
So,
talking of Raytheon, my Raytheon check hasn't cleared so far this month.
Oh.
So if you wanted to help out, you can do so with bits, with subs. You can do super chats and memberships on the YouTubes. These are things that you can do to help me until my Raytheon money comes in.
Give Kevin money. Yeah, Seamstress Dragon. Yeah, relationships are generally complicated because people are complicated, and people change, and they change at different rates and in different ways, and it's difficult to
Which is why I've become asexual and self-reproducing.
Oh, that's so much easier.
Yeah, people are annoying.
Homophobic boyfriends who are like unsafe and need to be kept away from the community. Despite that fact, I am constantly being asked to rend my clothes and clutch my pearls at the possibility that I might see a straight man at a Chapel Roan concert or during a music festival Boy Genius is playing at or something.
Ophi is right. This movement is just exclusionary. And
See, no, the really funny thing would have been to come back into this bit with "Thanks, lesbian," and then turn back to the camera like it was a news report or something.
Can I just say? I mean, I think I appreciate everything she said, and I take on her points. I also think that something is being missed here, which is it doesn't solve anything. You know, if you're going to stop having sex with guys as a straight woman, it doesn't actually do anything to dismantle the patriarchy. It might keep you out of a shitty relationship, and that's good. But in terms of a systemic change, it's not like men are going to get together and go, fuck, or I should say, shit, no one's fucking us. We really need to get our behaviors together. You know, I mean, the target audience of your strike doesn't know how to fix the problem.
Yeah.
Because it's not something that exists in isolation. And so withdrawing is convenient, but it's not ultimately a solution to the actual problem that caused you to withdraw in the first place.
Yeah, it's understandable but insufficient.
Yeah, and you know, what are guys supposed to go? They won't have sex with us. Well, then what? You know, it's like it's not communicating what you need to do better.
Yeah.
Or what needs to change.
Exactly. Incels are the perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one will fuck them, it didn't make them better. It made them worse. By the way, I'm not suggesting therefore you should fuck in order to like stop weirdos or whatever. I'm just saying like the idea that a lack of sex in of itself will force men to have to, you know, conform,
reflect, improve themselves in some meaningful way.
No, they just get worse and worse.
Yeah. And then the incels, it just ends into a spiral of pity where it's like, oh, no one likes me, and oh, don't tell me to get in better shape, or don't tell me to lower my standards, or don't tell me to do this. Woe is me, poor me, I'm the victim. When actually you're like, especially if you're white and you're a guy, you have the easiest course in life of anybody.
Yeah.
And yet you want to pretend like you're the victim because you can't get sex on demand. So the problem, like I said, you know, the problem, I point to religious patriarchy. I point to, I guess there's kind of like, I don't want to call it secular patriarchy, but it's like the bro culture, I guess, patriarchy, where it very much mirrors the biblical stuff, except it's really more focused on, instead of God puts you in charge and you're the head of the household and you should control your women and children and you have the right to make all the decisions. It's the sort of, you know, like you have to be a Chad and you have to be a high value male, and it's a bunch of grifters selling guys, like pickup artists.
I would argue that it's essentially a capitalist griftonomic patriarchy.
Yeah, sure. You can call it that. A grifting patriarchy, or this kind of, like I said, like a bro culture where it's a bunch of guys sitting around and they're the in group, and women are the thing, the thing that defines you to be the most manly is that you're not a woman.
Yeah.
Right. This is why trans women are so threatening to them, right? Because I'm someone who previously was born as male at birth and rejects that. That is like threatening to them because it implies that being a male isn't the most desirable thing in the world.
Yeah. My favourite one I saw recently in one of the Facebook groups I'm a part of. It's something like the incels understanding of masculinity or something, right? Mm-hmm. Was this guy who said carrying a lunchbox is a feminine trait.
See,
there's nothing manly about it, and I'm like, what do you do? What? Hang on. So what? You take your food to work in your pockets? You've just got sandwiches just in your jacket pocket or something. What are you talking about?
This is the kind of policing that I'm talking about. This is how patriarchy makes it focuses oppression on women, non-binary people, and trans people.
Yes.
And then, because sometimes non-binary people don't consider themselves trans, so I consider them two categories, just for the discussion purposes of covering things. And then when you're in the group, it's like a fucking high school, social situation where, you have to be getting the most yards or lifting the most weight or having the nicest car, and it's constantly a big dick measuring contest. It's an endless dick measuring contest. And it's
ironically
exhausting.
From the smallest dicked people in the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excludes one group after another. Conservative women, married women, straight women, and then bisexual women, and then maybe lesbians, because make no mistake, lesbians will be excluded too. Lesbians have been excluded from feminist spaces through the framing of them through this predatory lesbian stereotype, which makes their sexuality seem like a threat. This framing of like they're no better than men because, like men, they also desire women sexually and therefore are dangerous and oppressing them as well. And that's the thing about exclusionary movements. They just keep excluding people because when you form a movement around who you're excluding, around who...
Okay, that's pretty funny. Real men hunt their food at work, which is terrible if you work at Petco.
Oh, God.
True, but plenty of calories on offer. Just saying.
Is not welcome, rather than the actual things you want to achieve. When you build a movement that's like, we hate these people, we're feminists except we hate these people, you're framing your movement around the people you don't want, rather than the goals that you actually want to achieve for feminism. So when a movement is exclusionary like that, in order to maintain that, it just keeps having to exclude more and more people. You just keep having to pick a new scapegoat because you get tired of the old one, you've already hurt them enough or excluded them enough, so you just have to keep adding on and creating new enemies, new infiltrators of the movement that don't belong. My feminism is for everyone. I've talked about this before, but when Lauren Southern, a horrible conservative ghoul, who I hate, came out about the fact that she went into this tradwife lifestyle situation and was horribly abused. She was locked out of her house, she was unable to leave, her husband abused her, using her pregnancies against her to keep her trapped and abused. That did not bring me pleasure. I did not take...
Why? You mean men who are attracted to the tradwife thing are just abusive pieces of shit?
Mm-hmm.
Who would have thunk it?
Yep.
If only someone had warned her.
Yeah, I mean, why would a man who's abusive and wants to control a woman be receptive to a woman who voluntarily, gives up all her money, decides to just live for him and doing his cleaning and bearing his children, and is willing to just make her life revolve entirely around him? Why would abusers be attracted to that?
Yeah.
I wonder.
She's dating Destiny now. Is that true? Or is that like an infinite
true.
rumour?
Can't be serious.
I have no idea. Oop.
Take joy in hearing about her abuse because I don't want to punish women who are different from me. I don't want women who make that choice to suffer the things that women have suffered for generations. I don't want to take joy on the fact that those forms of oppression are being enacted on women I don't personally like. I don't want those forms of oppression to exist at all. I want the trad wife to have access to her own bank account. I want her to be able to get an abortion when and if she needs one. I want her to be able to file for no-fault divorce and get protections against her abusive husband. I want Blair White to have access to all of the gender-affirming care that she could possibly want or need, even if I think she needs to stop being a pick-me.
What is Blair saying about Trump these days, I wonder?
I don't know. I think she's trying to protect her face from being eaten by leopards, isn't she?
I would imagine leopards are basically circling at this point.
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of grifters need to do some soul searching, but
This is when the whole, like, when they tell you, like, they're eventually, like, they're going to use you until you're no longer necessary, and then they're going to devour you.
yeah.
Blair is first up. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
she has made herself a target by being out and trying to be conservative.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Me, and also really slow down on the filler. Like, seriously, slow down on the filler. I want every trans man to have access to the reproductive health care he needs, regardless of the fact that he's a man. Because my feminism applies to him. My feminism applies to trans men. Because they also need reproductive health care. They need abortions. Trans men very often die of breast cancer and cervical cancer that doctors refuse to treat or refuse to give them preventative health care to look for and prevent because they are labeled as men and therefore not allowed to access that kind of reproductive and life-saving health care. My feminism applies to those men. My feminism applies to trans women who should be able to be put in women's prisons because right now they're being put in men's prisons and purposely put in with the most violent criminals so that they'll be raped nightly as a form of punishment for them and appeasement for those violent criminals in prisons. They're being kept as sex slaves within these prisons by the wardens in order to appease the other prisoners, and that should not be happening. My feminism doesn't want that to happen to trans women, regardless of whatever sex they were assigned at birth. That doesn't matter to me. I want the straight boyfriends to have fun at the chapel.
Also, I mean, I would add that there should be a critique of the way in which the carceral state works. Like
the what? Oh, the jail system.
Yeah, like I'm not an absolute abolitionist or anything like that, but clearly, if we have a system of like sadists running camps where sex slaves exist, maybe look at that. Just, you know, I know it's not necessarily the topic of this discussion, and I'm not saying that she needs to address, or they need to address the topic in this video, but like, I would add that as a wider critique.
Okay.
Roan concert. Chapel Roan is great.
I think I'll stop it there because I think there's a panel later on. I'll get this on Friday. I'm going to be busy for the rest of the week. So what I'll do, I will bring up Twitch. Twitch. Aiko, Nicotine, Chrysanthemum, Amy, Kaz, Reiki, No Comment Check, Jason, Nandre, Raspon, Beerbash Johnson. Michael? Let's read Amy. Is she here? Yeah, there she's there. Oh. Who else forgot? One great. Yep. Andre, nicotine, diddleburb, Kaz.
Inside your mind.
College, you know, my parents did everything they could. I went to public school. I graduated. I went to Boston University, graduated BU, and I decided that I wanted to go back to the Bronx and organize around early childhood education because I felt that I didn't know what I wanted to do. This was right after, you know, post-recession. This was around 2011. And I felt incensed about the extension of the Bush tax cuts when during the Obama presidency. It was actually very radicalizing and shocking to me when I saw that when I was in college. It was that. I was like, how could we reward the people who did this and abandon the millions of people who've been victimized by this massive
predatory lending
economic
scheme
crime? It was shocking to me, and I moved back to the Bronx, and I was also felt very cynical about the politics in the Bronx. This was a time when, this is also where I saw a lot of the time of the limits of just a very superficial kind of racial identity politics, where we were electing, sure, lots of local politicians who